guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Looks like it's my turn again already. Yeah, time flies when you're having fun, right? So they say. Yeah, we'll be turning the page on the calendar. We're looking at 4th day of February 4, 2021. It's supposed to be, if things haven't changed since we wrapped things up there on Wednesday morning, should be a very action-packed night along the Space Coast in Florida. Again, plans were for not one, but 2 launches within like a 5-hour period. First should be taking place about an hour and 20 minutes from now. Yeah, 1:20, I think 1:19 a.m. was the slated time for the Starlink, the SpaceX, the Starlink launch. Then the next launch would be slated for 5:36 a.m. Yeah, just a short time later. If they pull that off, that's pretty cool. But again, I'm going to have to double back, refresh, and make sure things are still scheduled because the one that for 5:36 a.m. That's a launch that's been delayed at least a half dozen times now. I think initially it was supposed to go up on the 26th of January. And then the 28th, the 30th, 31, 1st, 2nd, it's just, the weather hasn't been cooperating along the Space Coast in recent days. But, well, speaking of weather not cooperating, but right on the heels of the big storm that buried much of the eastern portions of the country, going back late last week and early portions of this week, that system is finally gone. Out of here, whatever its name was from the Weather Channel. Now we're watching a quick moving system, a fast mover But this thing's going to be bringing in some really cold air. Now, as I look at the current radar scene, we've got some heavy snow on the south side and off to the east of Denver. You've got the collision of the warmer air, the colder air, so a little bit of rain in northeastern Colorado and southwestern portions of Nebraska. That's going to be transitioning over to snow. It is snowing through central Nebraska, then on up into to the northeast into southeastern portions of South Dakota. Then you've got a little bit of an icy mix at the moment for southernmost portions of Minnesota and northern Iowa. But looks like Iowa is, you're going to be under the gun with, you've actually got blizzard warnings in place that are going to kick in here in a few hours, starting at, I believe, 6 a.m. Central Time this morning. So let me start right there. Significant travel impacts Thursday into Thursday night as a powerful cold front's going to move through the area this morning and into the afternoon. Strong northwest winds, falling temperatures, windy precipitation, significant impacts to travel conditions. Now, scattered precip initially starts. It's going to be kind of a rain or a drizzly night into Thursday morning before that front quickly crosses the area from west to east, where you're going to have any wet or slushy roads. They call it a flash freeze. They will quickly become icy as the temperatures plummet. Winds, strong northwest winds, gusting in excess of 45 miles per hour, which will create blowing and drifting snow, potentially blizzard conditions at times, especially in some of the rural areas of north central into central Iowa. Now, your snowfall totals aren't going to be all that aggressive or impressive, but all it takes is a light amount of snow, and the wind chills, though, are going to be dropping below zero by Thursday evening and into Thursday night, which could serve as another hazard if you were to get stranded out there on the roadways. So this particular advisory, I'm looking at the Weather Service office in Des Moines. Let me see, I apologize. This blizzard warning kicks in at 3 a.m. this morning, 3 a.m. Thursday morning until 6 a.m. Friday morning. So all day long, Thursday into Friday. That's for north central and portions of central Iowa. Now, your total snow accumulations, again, 2 to 4 inches. It's not going to be a whole lot of snow, but it's definitely going to be enough to make whiteout conditions at times with those winds. You got several other advisories, but primarily looks like Iowa. As I flip back on the screen here, we'll pinpoint the areas that are under the blizzard warnings. We'll say from, looks like from, say, Mason City, back into to Fort Dodge and areas north of Fort Dodge, Ames, Iowa, Marshalltown, Waterloo, Iowa, all under blizzard warnings. Now, outside of that area, further east of the blizzard warnings, you have winter storm warnings and widespread winter weather advisories for eastern portions of Nebraska. Let me get the bigger picture here. About the eastern half of Nebraska. Now, in the central portions of Iowa, that's the blizzard zone. The entire state is looking at winter weather advisories on up to southern Minnesota. Pretty much all of Wisconsin is either under a winter weather advisory, winter storm warnings when you get up northeastern portions of Wisconsin and the entirety of the UP of Michigan and much of lower Michigan. Also going to be looking at this quick-moving system, dropping a couple of inches of snowfall there. So that's the big picture. Keeping up with Punxsutawney Phil's prediction, which was for 6 more weeks of winter. This blast of Arctic air sweeping through, it's underway. The central states over the coming days. And when all is said and done, we're going to be looking at some of the lowest temperatures of the season so far. Going to be cold enough to pose dangers to spend time outdoors. Now, we saw some mild weather ahead of this cold snap. It's going to add to the shock value. Temperatures have been trending upward over parts of the Rockies and the Central Plains since Tuesday, and that milder area is going to be pushing eastward. However, forecasters warn that Arctic air on the move across central Canada and there are no weather features to stop that Arctic air from sweeping across a large part of the central USA. Now, Des Moines, for example, you topped out near 40 degrees this past afternoon. You may only top out, we're talking a high temperature of 4 degrees by the time we get to Sunday. Big time change. This press of Arctic air coincides with the large, big lunge of the jet stream. And there's that magic word you've been asking about. There's a break-off lobe, as they call it, of the polar vortex. And that's going to give frigid weather a ride into much of the central states for the latter portions of this week, after which reinforcing waves of cold air will arrive right on through the first part of next week. Now, even some of our winter hardy, longtime residents of the northern plains and the Midwest, you may mind the upcoming weather as temperatures have been well above average much of this winter. Forecasters are calling for temperatures to dip a dozen or more degrees below average, and it's going to stick around for several days. This is really going to be more noticeable since early February is just past when the average temperatures in a normal winter are typically at the lowest points of the season in many places. I mean, it's wintertime. This is what we expect. In Chicago, the lowest temperature you've seen so far this winter was 8 degrees on the positive side. That was actually on Christmas morning. And then you had another shot on January the 28th, a week ago. Now, you're forecast to dip well below zero for several nights with this particular upcoming Arctic blast. Even though the setup may fail to break any official low-temperature records, temperature departures of 30 and even 40 degrees below average are quite possible with this particular blast, and that in itself can be quite painful for the dead of winter, according to forecasters. I'll get a couple of examples. The average high temperature for early February is like 20 degrees in Fargo, North Dakota. The average low temperature would be 1 degree. In Chicago, the normal high would be 33, average low about 19 this time of year. So what we're looking ahead at here is Sunday. Temperatures may plunge to around 10 below zero for a high. That's right, a high. A low temperature at night approaching 20 below zero in Fargo. Low temperature records in Fargo this month range from 26 below zero on February the 21st, 47 below zero on February the 9th. And that dates all the way back to 1888. That still stands as the all-time record low, 47 below. Looks like Sunday's going to be the harshest day with this stretch for Chicago. Both the daily record low and the lowest high temperature may fall. The high Sunday is predicted to be in the single digits, around 3 degrees. Now, if the mercury fails to reach zero, that would constitute quite a feat. Sub-zero high temperatures, not unprecedented this time of year, but they are fairly rare. The temperature reached only 0 degrees on February the 7th, but that's way back in 1893. The record low for coming up this Sunday was 10 below zero. That was set in 1875. Minneapolis, nighttime temperatures forecasted at below zero for 7 consecutive nights, starting Friday night all the way through Thursday night of next week. That's a cold week coming on. The coldest night is expected to be Sunday night in the Twin Cities, where you're forecast to bottom out around 17 below zero. We're getting in the zone there where you got to leave the water dripping. You'll have busted water mains and things of that nature. It gets so cold where you can even hear the trees start popping out there in the overnight hours as that sap freezes up and splits the branches and the trunks. The record low for Sunday night would be 29 below zero. That stood since the late 1800s. It's not likely to be broken with this weather outbreak, but boy, it's going to be cold nonetheless. Plus, you add the wind factor in. Gusty winds with that first surge of Arctic air Friday into Saturday, which will be creating dangerous wind chills with winds generally gusting to from 20 to 40 miles per hour across the northern plains, the Great Lakes, and even the Ohio Valley. Those strongest winds, we're talking 40 to 60 miles per hour around the Great Lakes. That's going to occur on the back side of the storm. And that's expected to drop snow, a wintry mix, and rain from Thursday to Friday over the Midwest and the Northeast. Those blustery conditions stick around Friday and Saturday for the northern plains to the Great Lakes. Even as the winds ease up a bit on Sunday, the breeze is still going to be brutal. Wind chill factors can dip 15 to 30 degrees lower than the actual temperature at times. So you got to figure if it's only 15 degrees outside, it may feel like 0 or 10 below. Hypothermia and frostbite will all be threats in this type of an air mass, especially with the strong winds blowing. People are out trying to walk the dog or jog, which they do this time of year. You're going to have to bundle up extra layers of clothing if you're planning on walking out the door to brave the elements. Much colder air is also forecast to spill into the eastern states eventually. The coldest air may get bottled up over the central states and have a bit of difficulty climbing over the Appalachians toward the eastern seaboard. For those of you in New York City, lowest temperature so far this winter was 14 degrees just a few days ago. In Washington, D.C., lowest temperature mark for the winter so far was 23 degrees back on January the 26th. So again, a little over a week ago. Temperatures could tumble below those lowest temperatures of the season for both of those cities here in the coming days. And it looks like near or below zero readings are most likely across northern New England, which would be your traditional cold spots. The central Appalachians next week as well. You get into some of those higher elevations. Meanwhile, a much different story for football fans. Yes, some will be headed to Tampa, and some are probably already there a few days early in advance of Sunday's Super Bowl game. And if you're packing, you might want to include clothes that's not typically necessary in the Sunshine State. Lighter winds, temperatures around 60 degrees this past day. That's kind of chilly by Florida standards, right? So a sweater, maybe a light jacket would still be warranted. As high pressure moves offshore on Thursday, the wind's going to change to a southerly direction. Forecast high of 65 will be several degrees below normal, but they are forecasting plenty of sunshine, light winds. So most visitors may be able to shed some of those extra layers during the afternoon hours. Friday and Saturday featuring kind of a mix of sun and clouds. Temperatures actually a few degrees above normal. Unfortunately, though, for Super Bowl Sunday itself at Raymond James Stadium, the day's likely to begin with rain, maybe even a thunderstorm. Now, pregame activities will be limited due, of course, to the COVID pandemic. Any outdoor festivities that are still scheduled to take place maybe have to move indoors or they may be canceled due to the weather. Outdoor activities during the morning and afternoon hours will be at risk to be dampened by rain. And again, also the potential for a thunderstorm in the area. There's some question as to how long the rain lasts on Sunday. In lieu of a storm forming on an advancing cold front, dry air would likely sweep in during the afternoon in Tampa Sunday. There's likely to be a storm that forms along that front, though, which will not only slow the forward progress, but that could keep rain in the Tampa area well into the evening hours. There's still a chance that even with a storm along that front, that the storm moves along fast enough for the weather to clear in time for the game Sunday evening. But regardless of exactly when the rain ends, the wet weather from earlier in the day is still going to make the field be a bit slick. One last tidbit in addition to the possibility of any rain, to an end before the game, the air will have a different feel from the morning compared to later in the day and the evening. While the first part of the day will be rather mild to borderline humid, we're going to see cooler air moving into the region later in the day and during the evening. Temperatures likely to be within a few degrees of 70 in the morning into midday, but you're going to fall through the 50s or 60s rather and into the 50s in the afternoon, possibly holding off until the evening hours. But yeah, by Florida standards, 50s, that's pretty cool for Super Bowl Sunday. A look at some of our travelers' weather as we head into the early hours of a Thursday is upon us. Here it is. All right, as we're underway around the country, our number 844-844-3388. We call it the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Great to have you with us here. Doing a little modification. You see, we got a bunker sign. We're in the bunker. A little addition this past day. As we get to some of our industry headlines, starting with, on a sad note, a truck driver killed in a truck lot in New York early Wednesday morning. We're going back about 1 a.m., right about 24 hours ago, at a warehouse in Chester, New York. According to the reports, the truck driver was in the parking lot when a loader with a snow pusher was clearing the parking lot, ran over him. Yeah, the driver pronounced dead at the scene, identity not yet released. That a little boy involved in a horrible wreck was saved by a passing truck driver. But his family wasn't able to get his contact information. But now the two have been reunited thanks to some information stored on a handheld gaming system. Yeah, we're going back during this past summer. In Arizona, the Apodaca family was returning home from a family outing, and they were in two separate cars, mom and baby in one vehicle, dad and the 9-year-old son, Corey, in the other. As they drove home, Corey and his father were struck by a wrong-way driver, killing the father and seriously injuring Corey. That's where truck driver Ty Mazzarolo stepped into the picture. He happened to be passing by as the wreck occurred. He pulled over and stopped to help. Now, I said you could hear Corey screaming the second I got out of the truck. Everything broken on both sides from the elbows down. Serious injuries. But Mazzarolo, quickly jumping into action, got Corey safely out of the vehicle, calling 911, waiting with the boy till paramedics arrived. Once paramedics started treatment at the scene, Corey was too scared to let them give him a shot, so Mazzarolo offered him something that no little boy can resist: video games. I said, if you take the medications that the paramedics are trying to give you, I'm going to give it to you. He was talking about my Nintendo Switch, and he took the shots. He was then transported to the hospital. Mazzarolo went on his own way, but once Corey recovered, his mother set out to find the truck driver who saved and comforted her son. But it was rough going until she remembered that Nintendo Switch. She said, I was actually getting ready to give up on looking for him because I didn't know how else to do it. But the handheld gaming device held just a little bit of information on the driver's identity. It was just enough, the name TYM and the location of York County, Maine, to which she reached out to the York County Sheriff's Department for help. And I found him within 3 days, she said. Now that the family's reconnected with their hero truck driver, Mazzarolo says he's picked out some video games as a late Christmas present for Corey and hopes to give him to the boy next time he passes through Arizona. He simply said, I did it because I think anyone with a heart would have done it. And, you know, I'm a lifelong mariner, We help people out. That's just what we do. All right, then coming up, we'll get to another rather heartwarming story about a truck driver. That'll all be coming up here. Meanwhile, what are we looking at? 23 past the hour. Our number again, 844-844-3388. As we transition into a Thursday, one step closer to the weekend, I'll take that. Kind of a interesting headline. They're saying health officials are kind of baffled right now. What's going on? Why are coronavirus cases plummeting, they say? New infections have fallen 44% in the United States and 30% on a global scale in the past 3 weeks. And experts say the vaccine is not the main driver of that because only 8% of Americans and 13% of people worldwide have even received their first dose of vaccine. They share some of the numbers this past day. A total of 110,000 and some change infections reported, with a 7-day rolling average of 135,904, a 44% decline from the average 3 weeks ago. And this appears to be, they say, a global phenomenon, with new infections falling worldwide for the past 3 weeks in a row, according to the World Health Organization. Hospitalizations have fallen nearly 30% from a peak back on January 6th. The lowest figure we've seen since back at the end of November. Right now in the U.S., they tell us 44 states are seeing a decline in cases. There's just a handful of states that are actually seeing a slight trend upward. California's new confirmed cases on Tuesday are about 1/3 where they were in mid-December. New York recording 8,200 new infections on Tuesday, down from the record of 19,000, almost 20,000. It was 19,942 on January the 15th, less than a month ago. Again, health experts say it's too soon for the vaccines to be playing any sort of a major role in this decline. Actually, just 2% of the population in the U.S. have been fully immunized. 8%, as we mentioned, have had at least their first dose of vaccine. They're kind of speculating. They say the drop is likely due to a higher number of people who have actually had the virus and probably didn't know it. The official counts as many as 90 million people is what they're suggesting may have actually had the virus. That's a whole lot less than the official reports. But again, so many people who maybe have come down with COVID, asymptomatic, no symptoms, or just mild symptoms, and never even went to the doctor or reported anything. And plus, they're suggesting there's fewer people maybe traveling now than we saw back through the holidays, Thanksgiving to Christmas to New Year. Well, interesting numbers, though. Big declines, 44% decline here in the USA. Well, let's see what's going on with our old friend Horse Feathers here on a Thursday morning. What's going on? I think we have him. Maybe not. He did actually call a couple of times and lost his cell. With that, it's 844-844-3388. Try us back, or maybe he's taking care of some business, if you know what I mean. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. We'll be back after this.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back on a Thursday. Under a couple of other industry headlines, what are we looking at here? Despite major disruptions in the economy last year, looks like demand for trucks was up, as highlighted in the year-end used Class A truck sales. The numbers released last week by ACT Research. According to the latest data, used Class A truck same dealer sales volumes increased by 22% last year compared with 2019. Kind of surprising. Now the average price was down 7%. Average miles were also down, they tell us. But month to month, used Class A truck sales were up 13% in December, with average price in December increasing by 3%. So even with 2020 being a COVID year, I guess things turned out not so bad. OOIDA continuing to draw attention to a couple of bills at the Indiana State House. The bills would accommodate more overweight trucks for travel around the state. OOIDA's Executive Vice President Louis Pugh says truck size and weight exemptions are actually nothing new. At the behest of economic interests, they want to ship cheap freight. And there's no shortage of state lawmakers willing to pick winners and losers, he said. The first bill, House Bill 1190, would allow or authorize the Indiana Department of Transportation to issue overweight truck permits. The rule would not apply to highways under a local authority's jurisdiction. But other transportation options that do not include traveling using a permit when they've been exhausted. This bill is awaiting consideration in the Roads and Transportation Committee. And overweight divisible loads. Second bill in the Senate Homeland Security and Transportation Committee covers overweight divisible loads, as they call them. Existing state law authorizes trucks hauling metal commodities to be allowed up to 120,000 pounds. Then you've got loads of bark, logs, sawdust, wood chips, agricultural commodities, which are allowed up to 97,000 pounds from the point of harvest to the point of first destination. Now, sponsored by John Ford out of Terre Haute, this bill, SB 40, would expand that category of freight that can be considered an overweight divisible load and authorize transportation of commodities up to 120,000 pounds. Now, additionally, haulers also must apply for and be granted a permit for transportation of divisible loads in excess of 80,000 pounds. OOIDA disputes the claims that we need heavier trucks. This is not a new argument. Truckers already suffer from overcapacity, too many trucks, trailers, and drivers. He said his point is reflected by wages, working conditions, and you've got the rampant driver turnover. All right. Mike Matusek, OOIDA's manager of governmental affairs, in an email says we're encouraging our members in the state of Indiana to get in contact, and they would like your input about the association's position on overweight trucks. If you agree with what we're saying, please reach out to your state lawmakers. He also asked Indiana members to contact him via email if they have any questions or maybe any suggestions as far as what's going on there in the state of Indiana. All right, I think we've got a little bit of an issue going with our call screener here, so I'm going to get a timeout. I know Horse Feathers is trying to call, Chevy Guy's been trying to call, and every time they call, it just kind of terminates. So we'll get a quick break, and I'll reset the phones. What do you say? Anyway, making our way into a Thursday. It's 844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
We are sorry, but the show has...
share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328.
Good times, good times. Little redo. Reset, as they call it. Yeah, take 2. Horse feathers, we got you. Or do we?
Morning, Your Honor.
All right, much better.
I can hear you now. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes. Yeah, I saw you had called in like 3 times, and I said, that's not like him. He doesn't normally lose his cell, and it just, you were dropping off and disappearing, so...
Yeah, I don't know what was going on because everything in the initial connection worked right there, and I was able to state my name in up to 15 seconds, and I was trying to figure out, what to say for 15 seconds, and in that process of doing that, I'm like, Steve's on the radio for 5 hours. How does he come up with things to do to fill up 5 hours worth of time when I'm sitting here, I got 15 seconds I could use, and I got no idea what to do with it all.
That is where you guys come into play, because sometimes it gets real difficult to fill 5 hours, trust me.
I can understand that. So anyways, other than saying Mike about 300 times there, I was kind of thinking, do you remember back, I think it was maybe 2019 or 2018, I can't remember. It was when you guys were starting to really get involved with the winery there. What's that winery there with the guy from came from another country there? That
the Vino Colette, the Vino Colette winery.
That's the one. That's the one.
Mm-hmm.
And what a disappointment this country must be at this point for that gentleman that has that winery. With the way we're looking to be turning to socialism this way, and and what he came from and what he came to and built here. But anyways, in the whole process of you doing that, to completely throw my whole story off, do you remember at about the beginning of harvest season of grapes that somebody went into a vineyard and stole all the almost totally ripened grapes, and I don't remember whose grapes they were or what grapes they were, but do you remember that?
I do recall, yes.
It was like a great grape caper.
Mm-hmm.
Was there any resolution to that at all? Do you know?
I never heard anything further, honestly. I guess somebody somewhere was able to make some wine on the cheap, because they stole the grapes.
Yeah. But I was wondering, if they ever came up with who done it, and came up with how it happened, or well, we know how it happened,
right.
But who done it? It's always a question, but anyways.
That's what you were calling
anyways,
you were calling that the Great Grape Caper, correct?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about there. Yep, the Great Grape Caper. Because as I say, we never heard the who done it part. I didn't know if there was any ending to the story. But But anyways, I guess I get 10 hours of Steve Sommers here today because of course, I missed the first couple shows there this week there because of the weather and everything. So I went and I've been listening to the Tuesday show and heard you talking about Punxsutawney Phil and the wonderful groundhog that he is. And there's absolutely no way that he can get drug out of his hole and not see his shadow.
How's that?
Do you know how many?
The television lights.
LED lights they have. All them reporters and all that. Well, there's no way he could get drug out of that hole and not see his shadow. So anyway, I guess we're destined for winter no matter what that way.
Righto.
But what an interesting show in that last hour. I mean, that was a good show Tuesday that I missed. That was a really good show. So if anybody really wants to hear a good show and kind of what was going on, Ranger had a lot of good points on that day, and go back and listen to the show there and see what transpired, see what happened on on your Tuesday show there. But I was really impressed. That was if I had to rate it, that's probably one of the top shows I've listened to in quite a while. So
well, thank you very much.
Kudos to you. It's what we want back on the air. It's the reason we wanted you on the air, and so we're glad that Chris he has you here and everything. So I don't know. I haven't got a whole lot to change. We got clear sky, got half a moon out there. I don't know what they did with the other half of the moon. Kind of funky looking. It's kind of orange and kind of sitting on an angle. So it's a different moon tonight. I don't know if they have any names. Do they have names for half moons?
I don't think so.
The full moons they got.
Right.
No. Okay.
Not familiar with it. Well, Horse Feathers, thanks for checking in. I appreciate your patience. Yeah, because. All right, I got a little added feature here that Josh, the technical guy, was able to load in, and it allows me to see like the comments that are coming in from all the various streams, whether it's the Hot Shot Facebook or YouTube page or the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, Facebook or YouTube page. And when you put them all together, boy, a lot of comments. Morning, Steve. Weather doing pretty good out here in Washington along I-90. Thank you much, Dan. Buckeye Boy, watching you on my 65-inch big screen at home. I'll be headed to the left coast tomorrow. What else we got? Neighbor Dave's watching in from the neighborhood. Very good. He likes the bunker sign. All right. What do you got? Good morning from Florida. Richard checking in from Florida. Great to have you with us. Hello from Houston. There's our old friend AJ. Andrew, thanks for tuning in. Good to have you with us. Yeah, give us a call sometime, right? It's pretty simple. All these people, everybody tunes in, and nobody wants to dial the number. It's very simple. Cool Breeze checking in. Now he calls in. Half in the middle. Let's see. It says it's very cold here. Only got to 60 degrees today. Yeah, right. You're going to complain about that, Cool Breeze? Cold in Florida. Brr. Oh, my. Yeah, what else? A couple of others. Steve, no worry. Dr. Fauci canceled Super Bowl because quarterback not allowed to speak as he might spread the COVID unless he's got 3 masks on. All right, Jay's being funny. But Fauci does want you to wear 2 masks. That's crazy. Maybe a couple more. Let me see what we got. Frank says, good morning, Steve-O. Glad to hear you back on the air. I have a question you could answer, or maybe your audience. A company I work for is closed on Sunday. Can they go on a 70-hour work week, or do they have to stay on the 60-hour work week? Okay, so yeah, that's the hours of service question thing. So your company is closed on Sundays. Can you do a 70-hour work week? That may be better answered by someone out there that drives professionally for a living. Because I know it's, 70 hours and a certain number, 70 and 8, 60 and 7. I think you got to do the 60. Somebody help me out. It's 844-844-3388. What else we got? The phones are trying to tell you something, Your Honor. Thank you, Joe. So that's pretty cool. That's a pretty nifty little technical addition to the show where I can jump over from time to time and check out some of your comments. JS, glad you're back, Steve. That's Jeff from Iowa. All right, with that, let's jump over here. And we were talking weather conditions. Again, our blizzard warnings there in portions of Iowa. Before we get back to your calls, I thought that was a pretty heartwarming story. If there's any doubt that truckers, the men and women who drive the big rigs, are the coolest folks going, I bring you the amazing story of Melinda Maynard of Madison, Alabama. Now, right out of the box, you're saying, hey, it's a positive story about truck drivers. You don't get a lot of those, right? On a frightening night just over a week ago, Melinda found her protectors just when things looked bleak. This is the story about an amazing night when truckers just may have saved a life. The sun was setting last Monday a week ago, when Melinda kissed her sister Mandy goodbye. She'd been visiting Mandy in the Gulf Shores. It was time to head back to Madison. That's a pretty good haul from the beach. Melinda hadn't thought much about the weather as she buckled in, but it was going to be a long drive up I-65. As the rain grew heavier and the night grew longer, Melinda was making pretty good time as she drove past Birmingham's lighted skyscrapers. The wind was heavy. The wipers were turned on high. Should she pull off the road and try to wait this out? She said, I'll keep pressing on. It was just north of Birmingham when Melinda, driving in the middle of three lanes, noticed a long line of 18-wheelers to her right. The rain slamming against her windshield when her heart suddenly jumped. An 18-wheeler cut in front of her and slowed down. Another two 18-wheelers pulled up beside her in the left lane, and another two 18-wheelers pulled in behind her. She was boxed in. What's going on? Confusion and obviously frightened, and nothing felt right. She knew one wrong move, one wrong turn in the pouring rain, and the vicious wind would spell disaster. Well, as they approached the Walker Chapel Hill exit, the caravan surrounding her was inching to a halt. She picked up her phone and tried to call her kids, but couldn't get through. It must have been the storm. With her nerves frayed, she couldn't get a call out. The big rigs ushered Melinda to a stop. Big rigs in front, big rigs in back, big rigs on both sides. I'm thinking I'd be pretty darn scared as well. But she saw some movement out of the corner of her eye. She peered out her passenger side window to see the truck driver waving frantically. It's a tornado. We're here to block you in. Following a few tears and a few prayers to pray for this monster, this tornado, to go away. But here she is in the middle of an 18-wheel shield. She realized what was happening. These truck drivers had actually surrounded her to protect her until the tornado passed. It was over an hour that she sat motionless on I-65. The wind, the rain so fierce, there wasn't much to see. Nothing but some red and blue flashing lights shining in her car from who knows where. But she now knows that she had avoided the unthinkable. That's a pretty nifty story. Now, the only thing I was thinking, I'm guessing lucky thing that 18-wheeler didn't get blown over on her car, because that could have happened as well, I guess. But Yeah, she could have been driving right into the eye of the storm, the heart of the tornado, crossing the interstate, were it not for the 18-wheelers. There you go. It's 844-844-3388, and hello there to the Chevy guy.
Well, thank you for the front door. Hey, well, first off, there was a cliffhanger yesterday morning. Horsefeather said he's given up his brand new Peterbilt for an older model. That sort of left me wondering, why? What's wrong with the new Pete? Other than that, Court TV was, I was watching it before I left the house, and they're talking about the impeachment trial, and I'm still saying, how can you have a trial? It just, the fact that the Supreme Court is not going to set in, it's so-called trial without a judge. Well, we're going to throw our Democrat, member is going to sit in the judge's seat. That's sort of like having the city prosecutor set one of his, a fellow city prosecutor in the judgment seat.
Sure.
It's just ridiculous. And, of course, they put it just the way it is. They didn't talk about that issue. They just put up the court, what the Democrats are going to charge him with, and also what the Republicans are going to defend him on. And what's worrisome is, and they did bring this up, President Trump's defense team, their brief was full of misspellings. Even the United States was misspelled wrong. So that's a little bit worrisome if they can't spell. What kind of lawyers are they?
Yeah, right.
And then finally, a little bit of a chuckle. When the fella died, all right, that's not funny. But there's a guy and a girl in a motel, and they were having a drunken night. And she got it on video on her phone, and I guess he cheated on her. But she said they were playing hide and seek. She zipped him up in a suitcase. He was curled up, and he was hollering and screaming to be let out. He couldn't breathe. She said, well, that's why I feel when you cheat on me. Well, he died in there. He suffocated, and they arrested her and charged her with murder. And like I said, she claimed they were playing hide and seek. She passed out drunk, which her video told on her. But think about it. You show up to the pearly gates, St. Peter goes, and that's not a joke, buddy. This part is my take on it. I'm sitting there sipping my coffee and thinking, wow. But you show up to the gate, St. Peter asks you, well, how did you get here? I said, my drunken girlfriend zipped me up in a suitcase who I cheated on. St. Peter says, oh, go to hell. Other than that, I'm going to sit back in a rocking chair and copy the mail, Tim Ford.
All right, you're 8 up, Chevy guy. All right, thanks for checking in, and there you go. That frees up another line. Plenty of room for you. There we go. Underway on a Thursday. We're kind of heading down the home stretch for hour number 1, and it's 844-844-3388. All right, the NFL is, they tell us, calling for a ceasefire by the Buccaneers as we're counting down the days to the Super Bowl at Raymond James Stadium. Now, despite the rare instance where Tampa Bay is going to be playing a home game as they make a bid for their second Lombardi trophy in franchise history, it won't be exactly a full-fledged home field advantage. In an attempt to keep this what they would typically call a neutral site game as even as possible for both the Buccaneers and the Chiefs, the league is not allowing Tampa Bay to fire the cannons from their famous pirate ship after touchdowns and big plays. Now, the firing of the cannons after big plays, it's a tradition that defines what it means to be a Buccaneers fan. And it's kind of the signature element of home games at Raymond James Stadium. However, according to the statement from the team, we acknowledge and we understand the NFL's position with regards to maintaining the integrity of a neutral site sort of atmosphere for this big game. So while the cannons may not be fired in their typical fashion, we still look forward to showcasing parts of our tradition while we work within the league's guidelines. So you won't get your cannons for the Tampa fans who will be in attendance there in Tampa. Now it's just days away, right? And the predictions have begun to roll in. One of the yearly traditions as well is the EA Sports Madden NFL franchise running a simulation of the game. And this year, they're predicting a repeat for Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. In the game's official simulation of this year's matchup between the Buccaneers and the Chiefs, Madden has the Chiefs winning 37-27, taking their second consecutive Super Bowl. Now, in the simulation, anyway, Mahomes gets the go-ahead touchdown with his legs on a 12-yard fourth-quarter scramble, putting Kansas City on top 34-27. The Chiefs quarterback took home the MVP award in this particular simulation, throwing 422 yards and 4 touchdowns, completing 31 of his 41 passes. That was enough to outduel Tom Brady, who completed 30 of his 44 pass attempts for 322 yards, 3 touchdowns, and an interception. Now, if the Chiefs were to win, it would be the second consecutive year in which Madden's prediction was correct, as last year's simulation had the Chiefs topping the 49ers to win the Super Bowl in Miami. But prior to last year, they tell us, the Madden simulator had gotten 2 consecutive Super Bowls wrong, having predicted the New England Patriots to beat the Eagles and the Los Angeles Rams to beat the Patriots. So now we just got to sit back, wait and see if the EA Sports Madden Simulator is correct or incorrect for this year's Super Bowl coming up Sunday evening. All right, simulators, gotta love it. And we'll close things out for hour number 1 here. And jump on board. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Thursday morning, we turn the page on the calendar, make our way into the 4th day of February. Hope your week's going well. And what are we looking at? It's 844-3388. Try to do a SpaceX update. Got to check on that last hour. Of course, I had to fix the phones first. Will we indeed see 2 launches? I'll scroll down and find the updates. Right on the heels of course, the prototype. I was watching some of the video of that this past morning after the show ended, and it was the Starship, which everything went well from launch. They reached their intended altitude, and when it comes down, that's when things got ugly. Big fireball, and yeah, that's 2 in a row. So they've got their work cut out for them as far as getting the Starship. I'm curious as to what would the cost be for each of those Starship prototypes. It's got to be incredible amounts of money. All right, with that in mind, let's get a look at our traveler's weather here. Well, of course, on Tuesday, Punxsutawney Phil made his prognostication, which was 6 more weeks of winter for many areas of the Midwest and the Northeast that were buried by that big storm earlier this week. To some extent, it may actually feel like the movie Groundhog Day, as wintry hits are going to keep on coming. First of all, as we mentioned last hour, we've got a quick-hitting, vigorous storm that's going to bring everything from accumulating snow and blizzard conditions to a wintry mix, localized flooding, and strong wind gusts that could cause damage and power outages. Snow and blizzard conditions will occur along the system's northern edge. Then you've got the rain and potentially severe thunderstorms on the south side of the storm as we head through Thursday and Friday. Now, the high winds from the west and northwest heralding the arrival of some Arctic air. It's coming as snow drops over the Rockies, fairly typical this time of year. As we make our way through the overnight hours, the storm's going to gain strength and cause much more wintry trouble over the plains in the Midwest later in the day today. Ultimately, this storm will help to alter the weather pattern, which is going to be bringing in much more Arctic air. Yeah, where it's been a relatively mild winter, that's not going to be sticking around a whole lot longer. Some milder air that targeted the southern and central Rockies on Tuesday. It's going to wrap into the storm's southern section. You get the combination of the mild air and the moisture tapped from the Gulf of Mexico. You'll be looking for drenching rains expanding eastward from parts of Kansas and Oklahoma through portions of Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, later on Thursday and Thursday night. Where the rain falls on areas where you've got a heavy snow cover, stretching from, say, southern Iowa to the northern and central portions of Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, maybe even southwestern Pennsylvania and parts of West Virginia, you're going to be at the risk for some flooding because the rain, at least you'll see a sloppy mess later today for places like Chicago and maybe Detroit. The milder air flowing over the snow cover and the cold ground will cause extensive fog. We're going to have a lot of widespread fog advisories in place by the time we get things started Thursday into Friday. So just be aware of that. There's actually even some fog advisories in place for the overnight hours tonight. Now, this storm is going to be a fast mover, but it's going to be intense when it comes to the wintry weather. If you've got freight to be moved, be ready for changing weather conditions along I-80, 90, and 94 between now and Saturday. Several hundred miles of these interstates are expected to be impacted by this storm. Most places in Nebraska, Iowa, southern Minnesota, and southern Wisconsin will receive mostly, if not all, of your snowfall in a 6 to 10 hour period today. Again, due to the fast movement of the storm. But strong winds and the flat, open terrain will be the perfect recipe for ground blizzard conditions. Visibility less than 1/8 of a mile at times. Driving will be extremely dangerous. Around the Great Lakes, winds 50 to 60 miles per hour progressing eastward in response to this strengthening storm. Of course, high winds could lead to some lakeshore flooding along the eastern shoreline, Lake Michigan, as we head through the day Friday, then the northeastern shoreline of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario, Friday afternoon and Friday evening. Snowfall totals generally several inches or less because of the steady forward movement. However, Minneapolis, you'll be along the list of cities that will pick up enough snow to have to break out the plows and the shovels again later today, with the heavy snow on the order of 6 to 12 additional inches falling from central Wisconsin up into northern Michigan. More snow is going to pile up and expand eastward through the Great Lakes region, where the lake effect snows will be ramping up later on Friday and on through the weekend. So there you go. And then, of course, Get ready for the deep freeze. Areas where you've got any standing water or slush are going to freeze solid from the plains on Thursday to much of the Midwest by Friday. The freeze up occurring around Chicago, probably Thursday night. It'll be Friday morning before you get the deep freeze in the Detroit area. And, of course, Chicago, where you've got that rain forecast to transition to snow as the colder air begins to sweep in. Falling temperatures, that's going to make for a slippery commute home later today, Thursday, as the road conditions will transition from wet and slushy to snow-covered, and you're going to have that layer of ice underneath. So real travel hazards coming your way there. All right, with that, it is 844-3388. Other interesting tidbits. This week, the Indiana State Police announcing plans to begin a months-long traffic enforcement using aircraft. Yeah, the old eye in the sky. The Indiana State Police Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Division announcing what they're calling a Bear in the Air enforcement detail. Troopers say that for the next several months, they plan to use an Indiana State Police aircraft to assist the ground units in detecting unsafe driving around commercial motor vehicles. In that notice, Indiana State Police reminded motorists that the commercial motor vehicle following distance in the state of Indiana, I wonder how many people actually know, what's the following distance? How far are you supposed to stay behind a big rig when you're out there on the interstate? Anybody know? I would have never guessed. It's 300 feet. While troopers say that they will be focusing on motorists, they also want to remind the trucking community we're also going to be looking at you in the commercial motor vehicles as well. Had no idea. State law, 300 feet distance. You got to stay behind the big truck. What's going on, Beaver Squeezer?
Well, say there, hard-working man.
Oh, yeah, another day in paradise,
I got some
right?
information for you.
Yes, sir.
Any drivers coming down through I-65 southbound, they're going to be detouring you off when you get to the 565-65 split. They're doing a little bit of road construction. They're going to shoot you over Browns Ferry Road, and it's about a 14-mile detour. So there's going to be some congestion. Northbound's wide open, but southbound's is going to be a mess. But it is big truck friendly, easy turns. Here's the reason I called you.
Okay.
Guess what I'm doing this weekend?
Oh, what's that?
Well, you know, I drove truck for a long time, and that flatbed skid of mine put me in some really weird places but coronavirus hit, and now it's my turn. But Nashville nightlife is still going on. That's 120 miles north of me. I'm going to grab up my wife. I'm going to Nashville. I'm going to eat some of that Nashville hot chicken I've been hearing so much about on the cooking shows.
Okay.
And, well, I'm retired. You know, what else am I going to do with my days? And I'm going dancing for the first time in years. I am going to go dance with my wife of 38 years who stayed with me, you know, home every other weekend for maybe a day and a half, maybe 2 days if I was lucky. There is no calling in sick. And I'm going to go up there and stay in a hotel and dance with my wife in one of these Nashville bars that's still open and says, screw coronavirus.
Well, that sounds like a plan, Beaver Squeezer.
I want to invite all my new friends of course, the only trucking industry news I get today is through you. It's not that I don't have my CDL. The state won't give me my health card. And I want to give an invite. If you get to the 334 exit on I-65, there's a big old pilot there. I think they can park probably 150 trucks. There's some fast food restaurants around them that all park trucks. There's a hotel there that don't want you in there. If they get stuck there, especially the little hotshot drivers, because I see hotshot drivers in there all the time. I got a great big old house. I can park your rig. I can't get your trailer here because I live up on a hill. But if you can drop your trailer, your rig's welcome here. And I've got 3 extra bedrooms. I'd like to invite, anybody who comes this way, I'd like to host them. If they get hung over for 2-3 days, maybe a holiday, we know what it's like being out there, and I'd rather do your laundry, get a shower, eat a home-cooked meal, hell, even we'll barbecue together.
There you go.
But you're going to have to hit me. I'm not going to give any of my information out on your page.
Well,
what I'm seeing.
Good idea, right? Yeah. So, are you gonna? Will you be willing to share a Coors Light with them while they're laid over?
Well, you know me. I've always got my Coors Lights and my Marlboros. That's what I worked my whole life for. Why stay sober when you're retired? Anyways, I would like to give an invite to any driver who gets stuck in North Alabama, and I can come get you. You can leave your truck at the truck stop. I'll come get you. And I watch you every night, and I ride along with you every night because it's the only way I've got to stay involved in this.
Right. Well, it's always good to hear from you, Beaver Squeezer, and you're another one of those that I don't know that he ever called the program before we went on this this new venture with the Hotshot Secret Studios and all. All right, so I did pull up the SpaceX launch website, and as we speak at this moment, the countdown clock is at 10 seconds. So we can do the live countdown, right? All right, ignition, and I guess this is technically the 18th batch, 17th or 18th batch of Starlink satellites that will be going up. If you're along the Space Coast, you're down in Florida, and in the Deep South, right about now, you could step outside and you'll be seeing that big, bright light going up into the sky. As, it's going up as we speak. Everything looking good at this point in time. Now, it's referred to as Starlink 18. That's the name of this particular mission. It's actually going to be the 17th mission because the mission that was referred to as 17 was slated to go up later this morning. They're now saying that they're going to wait till like Friday morning. All right, so 2 missions in 24 hours. But the Falcon 9 rocket for this particular mission is making its 5th flight. That's the one that's going up at this moment. They've launched 2 Starlink missions to date, and they've also launched the GPS-3 space vehicle for the U.S. military, and they also launched a TurkSat-5A mission. So there you go. The 2 halves of the rocket's payload variant have also flown before, one flying on the GPS flight, while the other flew on the Salcom 1B launch by SpaceX last year. Pretty fascinating how Elon Musk and SpaceX have been able to reuse these rockets over and over again. Very incredible. Fascinating. All right, with that, lines wide open here as we make our way into a Thursday. Jump on board at 844-844-3388. Now, when it comes to taking the vaccine, I know a lot of people don't want to take the vaccine. And what's somewhat, even more surprising, if you ask me, we've talked about the nursing homes, the ongoing controversy in New York, where Cuomo being blamed, and the undercount of thousands of nursing home residents that have perished, to some extent being blamed on Cuomo for sending sick patients back to the nursing homes, infecting all the other residents. You'd think caregivers that work in the nursing homes would be most keen to taking the vaccination. Apparently, that is not the case. While residents of nursing homes and their caregivers have actually been given top priority for the vaccination, only 38% of nursing home staff have accepted shots when they were offered, according to the latest data for the Centers for Disease Control. They announced a couple of days ago there had been anecdotal reports for weeks that nursing home staff members were turning down the vaccine offers. But this is actually the first national level figures to come in, to which they say that means we've got an awful lot of work to do to increase confidence and really understand the barriers to vaccination among the population. They cited previous polling data suggested why employees have been declining vaccines. Many raising concerns about the side effects. Others said they didn't want to be among the first to receive the vaccines, which were, of course, first authorized back in December. Some said they just don't trust the government. And others referencing some false claims, they say, about the shots. It's also possible some people don't get vaccinated because maybe they weren't working when the shots were being distributed, or because they work in several facilities. They may have been vaccinated at one facility, not the other, but trying to figure it all out. But that's a pretty significant number, 38%. And then we've come to find out if you're between the ages of 20 and 49, you are in the category. Apparently, you're a super spreader. New research finds more than 70% of COVID infections in the U.S. last year originated with people between the ages of 20 and 49. How they come up with this, I have no idea. But their findings suggest that healthcare experts target this group for vaccination if you really want to get the COVID under control. According to the New York Post, people in that age category accounted for 72% of the cases after the schools reopened in October, with less than 5% coming from children and less than 10% coming from teenagers. Children going back to school properly did not drive the number of cases up back in the fall surge. They said rather it was when normal life resumed, it appeared that when young adults went back to work and college and middle-aged people went back to work, that's when the number of cases soared. We find adults ages 20 to 49 the main driver of the COVID epidemic, and they're the only age group contributing disproportionately to the onward spread relative to the population size. Researchers said in their findings that more intervention is needed in that category, that age category, 20 to 49. Thus, at least there were highly transmissible variants have not been established, but at this point you've got these new strains that are coming around, the South African, the UK variant. Whether or not the 20 to 49-year-old category is going to be the ones that are primarily passing that around, they're not sure just yet because they haven't had time to study that. But it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, going to get back with your calls. What's on your mind here as we work our way into a Thursday? What do we have going on? Now, they tell us there was kind of a subtly redesigned Tesla semi-truck. It's the prototype that was spotted in California this week. The updated electric semi-truck was actually on a trailer in Sacramento, California, back on Monday, they tell us. It's thought to have been headed to the Tesla factory in Reno, Nevada. Although Tesla has not spoken out about the design updates, Tesla enthusiast pointed out some of the changes in the head and the taillights, some slight tweaks on the front windshield, and an apparent streamlining of the equipment inside the cab of the truck. The new prototype now boasting smoked headlights, an updated taillight design, an extended windshield, and new door handles. These are the first noticeable style changes since Tesla actually introduced the first prototype. And they made it the real-world testing debut back in 2017. All right, interesting little photo. Of course, then they also announced here a few days ago that they're not going to be pushing the main line. They want to be building the batteries themselves. Eagle, what's happening this morning?
Nothing much. I wanted to talk about the weather, what's going on. I was looking at my phone tonight. I feel sorry for anybody that's going to be headed up to Chicago over the next couple of weeks from what they say. Or Minnesota, Wisconsin, they say that they're getting ready to have an Arctic blast.
Oh, yeah.
Come down, and they saying that some of the temperatures could be minus 20, minus 30 in the overnight with the winds blowing. Anybody that's ever been to Chicago, like I have, believe me, that wind cuts through you like a knife. It's not going to be no fun in Chicago. The only good thing about it, they saying they're not expecting no snow, I think, in these next 2 weeks, but they saying that the temperature might not get over 33 degrees, over freezing for the next 2 weeks in Chicago. Yeah, it's gonna be miserable. So yeah, I'm gonna make sure my dispatcher don't give me a load to Chicago, and I'm see if I can get the hell away from there, go somewhere south, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, or something. But I don't want nothing to do with that kind of weather. Like I say, that's when you gotta make sure you got your fuel treatment and everything.
That's right.
So your fuel don't freeze up. Because I ain't never had a problem with my fuel, but I had a problem with my brakes about 4 or 5 years ago when I got caught in a cold snap in Chicago. If you don't drain the air, if you don't drain your airlines, the air that stays in your air tank will freeze up. And I had my brakes locked up on me in the middle of the interstate, and I had to have a tow truck come and tow me to a shop, and he had to put my brake chambers on heaters to thaw out all the damn ice that accumulated. And then, so yeah, anybody that's headed to Chicago or anywhere in that area, next couple of weeks, make sure you drain your airlines at night, or you might not be driving in the morning because it will freeze. Yeah, because like I said, we've been lucky so far this winter, but it's the last week or so. Oh man, winter. I guess that what the hell do they call that possum or whatever it is up there in Pennsylvania, the one that sees the shadow.
Punxsutawney, yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I guess he must have seen his shadow because look like it ain't gonna be no early spring this year. It look like look like it's gonna be a long winter from what I'm hearing. So. Yeah, like I say, all I can say is everybody just be careful. The main thing, and take your time, and just be prepared because it's gonna be real cold in the north, from what I'm hearing. But like I say, sit back and enjoy the Super Bowl. I'm pretty sure I don't know what the weather's supposed to be like in Tampa, but I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be cold in Tampa for the Super Bowl on Sunday. It'll probably be 60 or 70 degrees. So that's the reason why people move to Florida. You know, they move to Florida for a reason, to get away from the cold, and I don't blame them. You know, that's the main thing. But, you know something, Steve, one other thing I wanted to talk about before I hang out with you tonight is the situation with this coronavirus again. Now they saying we'll see how long this Dr. Fauci guy. Well, I think you went over it a couple of nights ago. Now this guy is telling it wasn't enough for him to tell you to wear one mask. One mask wasn't enough. Now this guy is telling you that you need to wear two masks. He's saying that you need to have two masks on because it is this so-called new virus from South Africa or UK or wherever the hell it come from. And then what's going to be next with Fauci in about 2 or 3 more months? Then they'll say you need to wear 3 masks. It's just going to keep. And then the next thing they'll tell you have to wear a space suit like you see them guys in the operating, in the hospitals with these full respirators on, the white suits as I see these people walk. Pretty soon they're going to tell you you're going to have to walk around with one of those on. It's never going to stop with these people, Steve. I don't see a good ending to this situation with the coronavirus, to be honest with you. I hate to say it, but these people what did Hillary Clinton say? You never let a crisis go to waste.
Yeah.
I think that's what she always used to say, and I believe that's what they're gonna do with this coronavirus situation. They're not gonna let this thing just go away like people think it is. They're gonna ride it all the way until they can't ride it no more. So, like I say, all these people that's thinking that all the sanctions are going to come to an end, all the restaurants are going to be full capacity, all the stadium, football, whatever sports, whatever you want to do, you're going to be going back to normal. I got real bad news for you. That ain't going to happen. It'll be a while before we go back to a normal deal because these people have to get what their agenda across, what they want with these new rules and regulations, and they're going to ride it all the way to the ground. So like I said, don't be surprised you turn your television on in the next couple of months and Dr. Fauci, Mr. whatever he calls himself, tells you that you need not 2 masks is not enough. You need to start wearing 3 of them. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
Eagle, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. As always, be safe out there. Stay warm, right? Here's some of the other industry headlines coming up here. I had a relative shared this with me this past day. She said, you need to talk about this. Very interesting. The headline says, why COVID-19 cases will instantly drop. Okay, I'm intrigued. The story at a glance says 1 hour after Joe Biden's inauguration, the World Health Organization lowered the recommended, what they call the PCR cycle threshold, which automatically guarantees that the number of cases, i.e. positive PCR test results, will plummet in the days and weeks to come. Tests recommended by the World Health Organization used to be set at 45 CTs. Yet the scientific consensus has long been anything over 35 CTs renders the test useless, as the accuracy would be a measly 3%. In other words, 97% are false positives. The case-demic could not have been maintained were it not for the media, over which the Council on Foreign Relations and another number of other influential groups wielding power. That's quite interesting. Editor's note, February 3rd, 2021, PJ Media. On the World Health Organization's update. Now, they said Facebook fact checkers claimed there were some misleading false statements. All right, for months, experts have been warning COVID-19 is not so much a viral pandemic as it is a case-demic, or a pandemic of false positive test. And that's what's kept this going so long. All right, if that be true, yeah, the 45 cycles, they're replicating the test each time. And anytime you get above 35 CTs, if I understand correctly, 30 times, you're magnifying. Each time you magnify a bigger, and the smallest little teensy-beatsy thing will then render you a positive result. In August of last year, the New York Times published an article stating that as many as 90% of COVID-19 tests in 3 states were not indicative of active illness. In other words, they were picking up viral debris capable of causing infection or being transmitted because of the cycle threshold being amplified too many times. Shortly before the New York Times article was published, the CDC actually revised their test recommendations, saying that only symptomatic patients should be tested, to which the media went nuts. Dr. Fauci went all over television saying, I'm concerned about the interpretation of these recommendations. I'm worried it's going to give people the incorrect assumption that asymptomatic spread is not of great concern, while in fact it is. But lower CT results in lower caseloads. That was the World Health Organization update, January 20th of 2021. They admit that a positive PCR test alone does not equal infection, and that the PCR threshold, the CT needed to detect virus, is inversely proportional to the patient's viral load. The higher the CT required to detect a positive, the more likely that the test is a false positive. Therefore, in cases where a patient's symptoms do not correspond to the result of a test, i.e., they're asymptomatic but test positive, they should be retested using the same or different test. They also note that the PCR test should only be used as an aid in diagnosis and not to be relied upon. Diagnosis must also include the observation of clinical symptoms. So to get a diagnosis of COVID-19, you now need 2 positive tests if you don't have any symptoms, and a doctor's judgment call on whether symptoms appear consistent with the diagnosis of a positive COVID-19. Now, that's big-time difference. It sets a much higher bar for a positive case reporting. I'm wondering if in the last 3 weeks, a story I shared with you last hour, where there are those in the medical community that are kind of baffled. How is it this number of cases has been dropping? Have they changed the criteria? Have they changed the cycle, the PCR cycle threshold? Just kind of makes you wonder. All right, it's 844-844-3388. What's going on, neighbor Dave?
Excuse me. Morning, Steve. How you doing?
I'm hanging with him.
I don't know if Lisa told you or not, but my son-in-law, Brad, has COVID. He's been quarantining for, 6-7 days now. So the daughter and the grandson have to quarantine.
Yeah.
So the grandson started having symptoms today. So if it goes in that cycle 6-8 days, I think my daughter's going to be quarantined for over a month because she hasn't shown symptoms yet. This is just, kind of crazy. He took a test with his doctor last Friday, and the results aren't back. So over the weekend, he lost his sense of taste, sense of smell.
Okay. So he knows
so
he's
he went
got
and
it.
got the rapid.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went and got the rapid test, and he tested positive on that. But the results of the first test still aren't back yet. So I don't know. I was listening to what you said just now about cycles and all that, asymptomatic or symptomatic, and I still don't think they have half a clue what they're doing. But anyway, he's got it. We don't know where he got it from, and we haven't had any contact with him since mid-January. So we're okay here, but I just thought I'd report in on that. And then I have a question.
Yes.
And it has nothing to do with anything, but I do have my hand raised. You know how you look at those pictures they show you, and there's a picture hidden inside a picture, and you might not see it at first, but once you see it, you can't unsee it. Well, I've been looking at your bunker sign all night since you came.
Yeah.
And it seems to me there's something missing on your sign.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what it is, but I was thinking it should say the bunker, or maybe
secret
the
bunker.
underground bunker.
Secret bunker.
Or maybe Steve Sommers' hotshot secret bunker.
Yeah.
And then I started looking at it, and I remembered an old poster I had from back in the 70s. And it said, Archie Bunker for President. And I'm thinking that could be up there just as easily. And there's probably a half a dozen more I've not thought of, but I was just thinking of those. And like I said, I had my hand up, so I figured I'd call in.
Well, good to hear from you, neighbor Dave. I'm glad you noticed our secret bunker, right? Secret bunker.
Yeah, or secret underground bunker. Or, like I said, I still remember that poster. I had it displayed on my wall, Archie Bunker for President. What do you think?
Archie was one of my all-time heroes, believe it or not. He just told it like it was, right? I loved it when he'd jump on Meathead's case. All right, looking at about 10 before the hour. Good to hear from you, neighbor Dave. Thank you so much. We got lines wide open here. A Thursday coming on. It's 844-844-3388. This is the time of year, especially with some of the big snows that we've seen over the past week, and there's more where that came from. You know, there are states that have laws about cleaning the snow off of your car and or truck. I know it's a difficult thing. Truck drivers can't climb up on top of the box trailer to get that snow off. You're running the risk of falling off and dying. Actually had a truck driver that did perish a couple of years ago. Mid-America Truck Show. Remember that? It was Louisville had snow the day before the show was set to start, and one of the gentlemen that was participating in the Truck Beauty Championship had got up on the top of his rig to clean the snow off. He fell and he died there. So even with the laws in place, you got to watch. This is the time of year those big chunks of ice are coming off, big rigs and whatnot. And here's an example from just this past morning. A motorist windshield smashed by a chunk of ice that came off a box trailer this past morning, about 2 o'clock, actually this past afternoon, about 2 o'clock. According to Eyewitness News 3, a Honda Civic was headed northbound on Wolcott Road when a chunk of ice flew off the southbound box truck, smashing through the windshield. The truck continued driving. Police believed the truck driver had no idea that the incident had even occurred, but the motorist sustaining multiple cuts on their face, but they are expected to recover. Police are attempting to identify the truck driver and reminding people failure to remove snow or ice from your vehicle can result in a violation fines as much as $75. So that's the state of Connecticut. I'm trying to recall, I think, doesn't Pennsylvania, haven't you? There's a number of states in recent years that have been adding those requirements. Clear the snow and ice off your vehicle because it can be dangerous and it can be deadly. And people have died with some of those big chunks of ice coming off, and you're plowing down the interstate at 70 miles per hour. And all right, before we get back to your calls here, one other tidbit. Legislators in Pennsylvania and Mississippi are looking at changes to how law enforcement is allowed to enforce speed rules, including speed radar, they tell us. There is a new, renewed effort in Pennsylvania that would authorize speed radar by municipal police. Now, right now, the Keystone State's the only state in the country that prohibits municipal police from enforcing speed limits with radar. Since 1961, only state troopers are allowed to use radar. I was not aware of that. Only state troopers. Well, they're looking to change that. Legislation would allow local police officers to begin using radar to nab speeders. Currently, local police are limited to electronic tools such as BASCAR, which determines your speed by measuring the time it takes to go between point A and point B. Pennsylvania State Police said that radar is the most effective, accurate device available, but local police departments haven't been allowed to use that enforcement tool. So they're looking to change that, expanding the use of radar. Historically, the state has struggled to get this through, as opponents say radar would be that's just going to be the latest tool to set up speed traps and rake in revenue from all the tickets. And, of course, last evening, that was one of our topics of discussion, speed traps around the country. And what was the number? I think there were 80 jurisdictions out there at this point in time where the municipality generates 50% of their revenue with speeding violations, tickets. That's a full-fledged speed trap. All right, Sarah, there you go. Get back to your calls here as we head down the home stretch for hour number 2 at 844-844-3388. Oh, and by the way, don't forget to go to overnightdriveradio.com. Almost forgot about that. We've got tomorrow night, we'll have our second Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo giveaway. The nice headset, the Pluto Duo, 99% noise reduction. All you have to do is go to Overnight Drive Radio, click on contest there at the top of the page. You'll enter your email address, and then, of course, you have opportunity to share and get additional entries. So you get 3 additional entries if you share on Twitter or Facebook or Messenger or email. And there's a number of other ways to get additional entries. So the countdown clock is ticking. Get those entries in because they'll be pulling that name out later. You can scroll to the bottom of the page and it actually shows you how much time you got left. 14 hours, 4 minutes is how much time you got left right now to get those entries in for the drawing tonight. All right, the big Moose, I believe, is on the loose. Good morning, Moose.
Hey, bud, what's going on?
Oh, just trying to make my way through a Thursday.
Boy, you and me both. I got out here and they got the friggin' road closed. I'm gonna have one hellacious detour, I'm afraid, but I got up and rolling. I spent the night back here at Grand Island and still westbound and down here, but they say I'm getting the I-80s closed up here, and so I don't know what I'm going to do. I'll probably spur off 76 and go down around the bottom side of it. That's the only thing I know to do.
So
and it don't know whether it wants to rain or snow or fog or what it wants to do.
How much further you got to go to get to them out there?
Oh, well, it's going to be probably 14, 18 hours with this detour now.
Oh, boy.
So, yeah. We're going to see what happens. The good thing is, on the way back, we have 3 drivers in the truck on the way back, so we won't have to stop for nothing on the way back.
Well, that's true. Yeah, you got that right.
As a matter of fact, I think I'm just going to watch that pro team do their thing. I might just stay back there in the back, catch up on my sleep. Oh, yeah, I run into rain, and then it snowed a little bit. Then it rained a little bit. Then it was foggy for a little bit. And right now it's kind of clear right here. It ain't doing nothing, but that's subject to change about any minute. The temperature's jumping between about 38 degrees and 33 degrees. I got 34 right now.
So you're getting real close to that freezing mark there. Just pay attention to that temperature.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, I think if this big detour I'm going to have to go on, I'm going to have to take another 10-hour break. I think what I'm going to do is find me a nice, cozy motel somewhere that's got one of them big old jacuzzi jet hot tubs in it. Make me a big bowl of fat man soup when I get stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see no other way around it. I'm gonna have to go down through Denver, down around that way, and come back up, I guess.
I guess 80 shut down because of the snow, right? I was saying earlier that there's some heavy snow been coming down out there. So.
Oh yeah, they've been putting it up on the signs, and the radio's been talking about it. Everybody on the CB's been talking about it. I looked it up there on the telephone, so I'm just gonna go down around the bottom side of it. It's gonna cost me some time and some money, but that's better than sitting stranded somewhere, you know. I'm gonna, like I said, though, if I can get over and get everything hooked up and get headed back, we can make some time coming back because we have more than one driver. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the current radar scene, and they've got, I mean, that there's this band of, it's pretty heavy snow that's, like Kearney, Nebraska, and all the way over toward, like, North Platte, and then on down into...
That's where I'm at right now. North Platte. Just put the 177 in my back pocket.
Okay.
But fun. Well, I tell you what, this couldn't have happened in the middle of July.
All right. Yeah.
Hey, that's just the way my luck is, buddy. Yep. You're talking the only guy in the history of the world that could fall head first into a swimming pool full of boobies and come up sucking his own thumb.
Whoops. Oh, me.
Yeah, well, that's the way it rolls, but... Yeah, hey, don't forget to give old Big Ed my phone number there. I want to talk to that guy.
I did email that to him a couple days ago, and I've actually got Ed on the line here, so we'll be checking in with him here in just a few minutes.
All right. Well, y'all keep between the spotted and the solid, and I'm going to slip side around down through the great state of Colorado, and I'll be listening.
All right. Be safe out there, Big Moose. Always good to hear from you. All right, top of the hour. Big Ed's on the line. Again, we got Lone Ranger coming up here just ahead, and room for you at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Okay, we come back for another hour as we say, roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Working our way into a Thursday time zone to time zone. I got one to go out west. Coming up about an hour from now. And I did get a message. Who was that? It might have been Scooter. I had to pull it back up here. I think he was watching the launch that took place last hour. And let's see, standing in our yard in Davenport, just watched the first rocket of the night go up. That's Die Hard, actually. All right, Die Hard. Well, they've pushed the second launch back again till tomorrow morning, Friday morning. I think right now that's slated for 5:14 a.m. Rather than 5:36 a.m. this morning, where they had originally had. I guess they're saying they need more time to go through the diagnostics or something. So, all right. And with that, it's 844-844-3388. Let me see here. Are you with me?
I'm with you, and I appreciate you letting me go ahead, Lone Ranger, because I kind of want to touch on something, and he can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I don't know if it's actually
as long
him.
As
I think it
take
might.
Me to the woods.
I think it might be somebody wanted to talk about Lone Ranger. I saw it. I'm just. I see. Yeah.
Okay. Well, somebody will take me to the woodshed like old Chevy guy did there the other night when he called in there and beat me up profusely.
I remember that.
Chevy guy, I'm joking. I couldn't figure out what. I don't think I didn't think I put it compared BLM to Trump supporters, but they seem to have took it that way. So I don't know. I actually have not had time to listen to that night's program. I didn't even get to hear my own self think that.
Yeah.
You know, usually I like to listen to my own self think. I'm like Heat Wave. I think I get on there and then I get off there and think, boy, I bet you sounded like a jackass. So anyway. So I listen to the playback to see if I sounded intelligent or stupid. But I too blame that on Moose because he's the one that got me fired up. So from now on, Moose gets all the blame for getting people fired up, not me no more. I'm an angel.
You got his number now, right? You did get that, correct?
Yes, I do. And
okay.
Moose, soon as I get off here, I'm gonna buzz him.
Oh, okay, because he's going to be driving all night, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, get him okay. Matter of fact, I just got stopped, and I'll be going to bed, so I'll probably give him 15 minutes. Because if I talk to him like I'd like to talk to him, I'll be up the rest of the night and morning when I should be sleeping.
Now you can get him to his destination 14 hours away.
Oh, yeah, right, exactly. Who was that called in last night? Right there towards the end of the show. Was that Cool Breeze calling when y'all was talking about these rockets and NASA?
That's Philip. Philip in Florida. He's the one that works at Disney World sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah, Philip.
Well, I mean, man, that was so good. I was sitting there listening to that driving down the road today, and it just, I thought, and Philip works at Disney World, and, so I'm assuming he's not driving the truck.
Correct.
Because he explained it in such good detail. I don't think anybody from NASA could have explained it any better.
Well, I guess living down there on the Space Coast and all that, I mean, I don't even live down there. I mean, I've always been kind of fascinated with NASA and the space exploration, the shuttles and all that. But and living down there like he does on the Space Coast, and he gets to actually feel the sonic booms and whatnot when they do the launches, and so that's got to be pretty cool.
Yeah, because when he said he only lived about 30-some miles, I'm assuming he lives around Orlando somewhere. Because he sounded like, hey, Cool Breeze, he comes across real good on the radio, and he sounded real good, and I'm thinking, and because I missed who it was. I should have pushed it back and tried to pick up his name, but I thought, now, Cool Breeze, you don't live no damn 37 miles. That's
right.
Maybe as the crow flies, so I don't know. But it was, I just enjoyed it, and I'm thinking, because people say truck drivers are the most intelligent people out here because we got so much time on our hands.
Yeah.
Because like when I'm off, I'm just constantly looking at stuff, and just trying to educate myself on various topics, like Lone Ranger when he calls in, and I like to think I know what I'm talking about when I call in and talk about it. But my hat's off to Philip. I really enjoyed that conversation because it was so you could tell he knew what he was talking about.
Yep.
And it was just real fascinating to hear that on what most people can, figure just trucking talk show. But in the last night's caller, too, Moose talking about the older trucks, and then the conversation got into the older trucks, and it took me back to when I was 5 years old and riding in my dad's truck, because he was a cross-country driver, and he had that old bubble-type sleeper. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about.
Not really.
Like well, these older guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
It was like a bubble covering over the back window. If it was a back window, and that's where the bed was in the back. So, but anyway, you can probably look it up. Call it, at least that's what I called it, the bubble type sleeper.
Okay.
And then that old 5x4 in the floor, and it just really, because when I started out, they were just starting out with power steering. Now I drove a couple of trucks that didn't have power steering, and I've driven every kind of ship that you could think, and just gradually built up. Now, listening to a Chevy guy talking about these autonomous trucks, how quick I think that could happen here in the next 10 darn years, Steve. Because when you think about all the technology, now I'm thinking one of them was saying, or I think it was a Chevy guy was saying he thinks they'd have to have a driver inside of it. I don't know. I was thinking real hard about what he was saying.
Mm-hmm.
With the technology like it is, which that truck's going to be just equipped with all kinds of sensors. Because, now they make them, if you get across the line, it's screaming at you. If you get across the dotted line or the solid line on your right, or somebody's coming up too close from your sides, it'll go to screaming at you. And then with these radar devices on the air which I think are dangerous, if it picks up something that thinks you're too close, it automatically starts braking you. Now that'll make you damn well sit up and take notes, especially if it picks up an overpass, because and sometimes it'll lock you up. And boy, now I'm lucky with this truck I'm driving that I haven't had that problem. But you never know when it's going to do it. It can pick it up, and to me, that's just as dangerous as hell. So with these new autonomous trucks, I do agree with what Chevy guy was saying, that one of them eventually might run into a damn school bus. Well, somebody might have to be somewhere looking at them from a camera, and in case they have to be able to get that sucker shut down.
Right.
If I'm making any sense. But did anybody talk about that 70-hour rule the guy was asking about?
No, I hadn't got a response on that. No. So his employer is
I'm
closed
going to throw
on
my
Sunday.
thoughts out there.
Okay.
The way I understood it, he asked if they shut down Sunday, can they, if I was understanding him right, it's either 70 hours and 8 days or 70 hours and 6 days. Or 60 hours, or 60 hours and 7 days. Am I correct?
That was my understanding. Yeah, you have 70 and 8, 60 and 7. So if they're only working 6, I mean, what's how many?
The key here is 70 hours. That's the key word, 70 hours. But whatever you do, you got to be consistent with it, because that's where you can start running into trouble. Because if you're logging 7, 70, and 8, and if you're trying to double it, or the next week you want to do 70 and 6, it really don't matter, because you still, every day's a new day. Every day is at the end of a certain month. Every day goes back 7 days, because the 7 days in that calendar week, how many hours are you operating in that calendar week? Am I making sense?
Okay.
But the key is 70 hours. Now, if you're going to run the 70 and 8, then you need to be consistent with it. Or you might find yourself getting yourself into trouble. But I don't think the DOT cares one way or the other how you do that. if you as a driver are going to operate that, because most companies I know, everybody's got to be consistent and on the same page with how we're operating.
Mm-hmm.
Or you got to start recapping. And unless you're running local, I don't know, some guys come out here and they recap. And that's the way they operate. And you can do that. Run your log like you're going to recap, where I personally choose to run my time out every week, where I'm forced to take a 34-hour restart. I don't like to recap because some days you get up and you only got 7 hours of work.
Right.
When you start recapping, where I'll run my time out, and then sometimes when I shut down, I might still have 15 hours to run, but I don't run it because I operate off that 70 hours in 8 days. And somewhere in that point, I've got to do a 34-hour recharge. So I don't like to recap, and I like it when I get up. I want my full day. I want my full 14 hours that I can operate in. If that makes sense to you.
All right. Hey, clear as mud, Ed. Clear as mud.
Well, I hope I didn't confuse you. But hey, I stand to be corrected too,
Uh-huh.
But then right quick, I heard you talking about that mask again last night. So have they come out that everybody's got to wear the same mask?
No, what do you mean the same mask? The type of mask?
Well, you said it. Right, the type of mask. What you was reading on yesterday or the third show.
Right. And then, the federal mandate is you can't use, what was it, a bandana or a scarf, and there were certain materials you couldn't use. I guess they're saying, and it has to fit properly. It can't be too loose. It can't be too tight. I mean, who the hell determines if it's too loose or too tight?
Right. So basically, they're going to tell us you got to wear a certain type of a mask.
Yeah.
But everything that they're saying in there is all them threats. That's what pisses me off. You're sitting there now, you're threatening me. We talked about it the night before, and now all of a sudden, what I heard you reading last night is saying, what I'm hearing is everybody's got to have the same type of mask. Whether I get out and go into the truck stop, go in the restaurant, whatever, go to a warehouse, my mask is going to have to be like your mask. That's what I heard. That's exactly what I'm hearing.
There's only certain types of what they're calling, I guess, approved masks. Some of these masks have that little that little respirator thing where, like, when you exhale, it's easier to let the air out. So you can't have that device on your mask. It's kind of crazy.
You can't have that on your mask.
Cannot have that on your mask.
Well, I know they're supposed to be making them where your glasses don't fog up, because that's the issue that I have.
Yep.
I mean, I walk into some place and my glasses just fog up, and I have to take my glasses off. But okay, and then that rock deal, I appreciate you reading that.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
That was slick, and I joined that group and posted. I found this rock where I found it. Probably 2 hours later, the lady that planted the rock there contacted me on Facebook.
Is that right? Okay.
Or on the post.
Well, whatever that code was on the back of it, the T for whatever.
Truckers for Rock. Truckers for Rock.
Okay. The other guy that sent me the email, he sent me a picture of his, and it was the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Truckers for Rocks. That's what it is, and they've got about a 10,000 member group, and they're going around all over the country making these rocks. When I seen it, it blew my mind. I knew once I seen it, oh man, there's one of them rocks. I'd read them, but what I'd read on it was on like a national news report about all these rocks.
Yeah.
And so that Adam gentleman that called in and said he found a rock, I thought that was slick. I would tell Adam, join that group. and then post up your rock and tell them where you found it. Now, whoever planted that rock's gonna probably see it because I'm sure they're members of that group.
Yep.
I'm gonna pass this rock forward. But I'll probably put a little note with it, and then I'm gonna attach about $25 to it and tell them, hey, go have lunch on me and pray that it'll bring you the happiness that it brought me, man, because it just made me feel good the whole darn day.
That's pretty cool. All right. Yeah, so the whole little pay it forward kind of thing, Ed.
Right. And then so I'm just going to do my own little deal, and then I'm not going to tell them who I am, and just put, $25 with it, and somebody's going to really have a good day when they find this rock.
All right,
Steve, I appreciate it.
One last thing I want to ask you, and I got a bone to pick with you. Have you talked with Doc Holliday anytime as of late?
Yes, I have, and I seen his damn lies he was telling you on Facebook.
Okay.
I was going to pipe in. I told him, Steve, and I even I'll screenshot it where I sent him messages about your show because when he asked you, well, what time you come on, he knows it.
Okay, all right, because you called the show, you jackwagon.
Yeah, he knows it. I think Doc is. I think he was probably in Facebook jail, and I also think he's got a bad case of honeitis because he's got a girlfriend hidden somewhere.
Well, all I know is right now,
part of the reason too.
So supposedly he's broke down somewhere, and it just so happened, Ed, he broke down right there at a casino. How does that happen?
Yeah, no, yeah, right there you go. He probably brokered and probably been standing out on a street corner holding up a sign.
Yeah.
Where he got his money. But he knew about your show, Steve. He's a lying hound. I don't, if he tells you that nobody told him, he's full of it. I mean, if I catch him lying to you again, like I said, I didn't want to interfere in the whole conversation. I thought, Doc, you're lying to Steve.
Yep.
And I stayed out of it. But I can screenshot you a picture of the messages I sent him in the date.
Okay,
so
all
he's
right.
guilty as charged.
Yeah, when you talk to him again, tell him to call the show. It's all right. Thank you so much, Ed.
Yeah, I'll stay on his butt.
That's right.
All right, Steve. Thank you, Moose. I'll give you a buzz. All right, bye-bye.
There you go. It's 844-844-3388. Let's see who's on the line. Would it be Curtis or who we got?
Oh, this would be Curtis. Yes, sir.
Well, hello, Curtis.
Well, I have a question. Years ago, I heard that the character Dr. Johnny Fever was based on your father.
Honestly, I'm not familiar with that story. Sounds like the kind of story my dad would like to tell, but but I don't know if it's true or not.
Yeah. Because I watched the show and I'm going, with listening to your father years ago.
Yeah.
It sounds like he could have been like that, where he just traveled from town to town.
Well, there's been a lot of what they call journeyman broadcasters out there over the years. Yeah, my dad was one of them though, because he worked in every corner of the country. He started off. He worked in Indianapolis and Dayton. Worked had a job in Maine. Had a job for a number of years in Miami. Worked in Kansas City at WDAF. He worked out in San Diego. Then I think he was actually up in Seattle for a brief period of time. I mean, the guy was all over the damn country.
He had a truck. It sounded like he had a truck.
I don't. He may have. I think he might have drove a truck for a very, very short period of time. But all I know is he actually did have a diesel Ford Escort. If you can imagine that.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't think they made a whole lot of those diesel Ford Escorts. Yeah, you found us on YouTube, you say?
Oh, what I'm saying is, you ought to slap up from the first episode of WQRP, slap up the Tour 76 Kiss poster.
Okay.
I don't know if you ever seen that poster.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
the Tour 76 were. You got, Peter Chris with a bandana with blood. Yep, put that up on your backdrop.
Okay, for our interior studio decorations. All right, the Kiss Tour of 76. I got you. Yeah, we got a couple of new additions this past day. There's a little trucker parking only sign. Violators will be run down. Got the thin blue line flag up there. And what else? We got our bunker sign. Yeah, little other decorations here and there. And there's more to come. Hey, we're going to have our screen, I think, up here in about a week from now. That'll be a nice addition. What are we looking at? Rolling toward bottom of the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Give you more on our traveler's weather coming up here. Let's see. From Uncle Petey, he said, in my experience, the 70-hour in 8-day rule is for companies that operate 7 days a week. Companies operating less than 7 days a week use the 60-hour in 7-day rule. Now, as a local driver working 5 days a week, but the company is a 7-day operation, the local driver works on a 60-hour in 7-day week. The local operation works 5 days a week, while the road driver works on a 70-hour, 8-day logging procedure because the road operation runs 7 days a week. I know, confusing to say the least, but that's the way it's always worked. Okay, all right, thank you so much. Heads up, there is some fog along I-71, midway between Cincinnati and Columbus. There are patches up there of near zero visibility. So everybody drive safe. There you go. Thanks for the heads up. Hey, we'll get back to your calls ahead. Got several lines available, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
There we go, back at it. Where did we leave off there? Okay, I got to get back to your calls just ahead here. And lots to cover on a Thursday morning. More on the vaccinations and OOIDA wants truck drivers that are seeking a COVID vaccine to be made a priority. Have easy access to the inoculation. Letter sent on the 1st, back on Monday, to the CDC. OOIDA requested that truck drivers' hectic work schedules need to be kept in mind. Truck drivers face distinct challenges when it comes to accessing health care, and particularly anything related to COVID. On average, our members spend more than 200 days away from home each year. To try to keep that in mind. Members are concerned about how they'll gain access to the vaccinations while they continue to work. It will be logistically difficult and economically disruptive. Few drivers know precisely where they're going to be from week to week, making it difficult to return home for shots and often impossible to predict where they may be located when it's time for the second booster. Now, OOIDA said that even the truckers who are capable of getting vaccinated while they work, they'll likely have difficulties accessing vaccination sites in a commercial motor vehicle. Now, providing vaccinations, preferably one-time dosages at the already available truck stop clinics or maybe rest areas throughout the country, that, in our eyes, would be a viable solution to ensure essential workers in the trucking industry get the protection they need. All right, over the past year, lawmakers and government officials, of course, heaping praise on the truck drivers. Heroes, essential workers. OOIDA said we'd like to see those kind words turned into something tangible to help the men and women keep this country moving. Of course, we appreciate the folks and officials and the public that have heaped the praise on them for their work, but that doesn't protect them from their health risks that they face every day. All right. Please make truck drivers a priority in distributing the vaccine and make it available where they can actually have access to it more easily. That was the request. Okay, let me get back to the calls here. I think Eagle may be back. Take two, Eagle.
Yeah, I just wanted to make another comment about the weather. You was talking about something after I hung up with you. I wanted to let people know that whether it's a truck driver or a four-wheeler, especially when it's snowing outside, you used to live in Cincinnati. If you see a truck entering the freeway and getting on the ramp, getting ready to get on, and you see snow blowing off the roof of this guy's truck, don't get behind the truck. I don't know why these idiots want to ride right behind the back of a truck with the snow coming down. And like you said about that one guy, a piece of ice or something from the roof of that truck could fall off of there and go through your windshield. It could kill you, or it could make you have lose control of your vehicle and have an accident. Because whenever I'm driving down the road, when it's snowing and I see another truck entering the freeway, I'll move over to the next lane. You don't want to ride behind a truck that's got snow on the roof of the trailer, because anything can fall off of that trailer if you're riding behind the guy.
Yep.
And you know, only bad things can happen. So, and you know, as far as truck driving, you know, because I know some states but I think a lot of states changed that rule a couple of years ago. Pennsylvania was trying to say that they could give you a ticket if you was riding down the road with snow coming off of your truck. But you can't expect the truck driver to get up on top of a trailer 13 feet up in the air and sweep all the snow off of it, you know, because like you say, you could fall off and break your neck or break your leg, anything can happen. So I know they don't pay me enough money to get on top of a trailer and sweep the snow off. What'd you say?
I said that is correct because, you know, I cited the example. We had that poor guy there at the truck show getting ready for the big show there a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, it's easy, yeah, because like I say, there's also ice on the top of that trailer. You know, when you sweeping that snow off, you might step on a piece of ice as you sweeping the snow off, and you slip and fall. And like I say, you 13 feet up in the air, and only bad things are going to happen when you fall. So, yeah, there's really not much you can do, you know, this time of year with the snow. Some places, like if you go to some Walmarts up north, they have like a special machine that you can drive under, and it pushes the snow off of the truck before you leave a facility. I've been to Walmart's. They have some kind of this thing that stands up in the air, and you drive up under it with the trailer, and it pushes the snow off. So before you enter the road, the highway. But like I said before, you know, if you driving down the road, try to stay away from a truck, whether you're in a car or 18-wheeler, and you see snow coming off the top of the roof, because like I said, it blinds you when you're riding behind that guy. And I've had it happen to me. So a chunk of ice fall off and hit your windshield. And like I said, it could go through your windshield and cause real big problems. So, yeah, just keep that in mind, all the people out there that's driving in this bad weather right now. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
Always good advice, Eagle. Thank you so much. There you go. All right. When's the last time you read George Orwell's 1984? Oh, boy. As conservatives continue to push for free speech for all, members of the left are hopeful that the federal government will step in. Earlier this week, a columnist for the New York Times suggested that Joe Biden needs to construct a cross-agency task force to regulate the spread of ideas online. The article went through a list of experts who support this idea. Some of them even call for a so-called, quote, truth commissioner, which is a name many online compared to George Orwell's Ministry of Truth in that novel, 1984. Well, a truth commissioner. Mainstream media outlets claim the move would limit the spread of misinformation and its connection to purported domestic extremism. However, while a recent study put out by researchers of New York University tried to claim that one-sided censorship happens online, the same report pointed out that it's not clear because slight sites like Twitter don't share enough data to show it also happens to those on the left. Now, critics immediately taking aim at the idea of such strong government intervention. This would set a dangerous precedent. It could hinder free speech. They also noted the appointment of a so-called reality czar would just add to the distrust that some Americans have when it comes to big tech these days. Florida's governor, Ron DeSantis, who we talked about last evening, going on the offensive against these big tech companies, says, and the worst part, they change the rules constantly based on whatever they deem to be politically correct at any given point in time. These rules and standards are often changed without the knowledge of their users, moving the goalpost on Floridians and others who use these open forums for discourse and as a source for information. When a social media company applies these standards unequally, that is discrimination, pure and simple. Johns Hopkins University applied economics professor Steve Hank quoted Orwell and said, "Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. Yeah, that's kind of what's going on right now, isn't it? We're looking to change history, change the past. With that, back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Doughboy, hey there.
Hey, what's up, Steve?
Not a whole lot. How the heck are you?
I'll just shoveling mail around Cincinnati, trying to keep warm.
Okay.
Hey, you were talking about the Crude Tower yesterday. When I looked into it, some company called the Belvedere Corporation owns the Crude Tower, from what I could find out.
Okay.
I don't know where they're based out of. But I know you were asking about that yesterday.
Yeah, I haven't seen any sort of update on whether, I mean, that would be, I mean, the profound impacts. They shut the damn power off, and all those businesses in there, they can't operate.
Yeah, it's a bad deal for everybody. But hey, did you ever look up that video I emailed you about that Steven Seagal band that Heatwave brought up a couple days ago?
Somebody
they
actually
were doing the AC/DC.
Yeah, somebody sent me a link to that video. Yeah, so I got that. Yes.
Yeah, they're pretty good for a bunch of hillbillies. But hey, I just wanted to say thanks for coming back. We appreciate it. We missed you, and thanks Hot Shot Secret for keeping you on the radio and keeping everybody wide awake at night.
All right. Were you the one that sent me a little email about like a gift card or gift certificate?
Yeah, because I was going to be one of the first-time callers, yeah.
Well, all right. Yes, I did get that email, and I saw your name up there. So how about we hook you up? What do you think, Doughboy?
Hey, I really appreciate it, Steve.
So all you got to do is watch your text messages tomorrow. You'll get a code from it. It's like a $60 value. You can go to hotshotsecret.com, purchase whatever you'd like. Okay.
All right. I thank you and Hot Shot.
There you go. All right, and thanks for being with us, Doughboy. I knew he was a new one.
Take her easy.
He said, I heard you talking about that. How can I get in on that deal? I could sure use that. Okay, it is 844-844-3388. I just did a quick search while he was speaking there because I didn't know if they had come up with a resolution yet or not, but our local news outlet, the local Fox outlet, yesterday, I guess it was, said it was just 24 hours ago that Duke Energy publicly threatened to cut service to the Carew Tower over the unpaid electricity bill. The apparent pressure campaign took the form of a letter to the tenants, informing them of the impending power cutoff, saying that they had made numerous attempts to prevent this outcome and blah, blah, blah. What a difference, though, a day makes, apparently. Duke Energy spokesperson said that when we reached out for additional comment, the tone had changed. I guess with the whoever hadn't paid the owner is the CEO of Belvedere Corporation that's headquartered actually in the towers of Kenwood. They said he's a longstanding client with us. We feel confident or optimistic anyway that we'll be able to get a resolution to this now before February the 10th. So, all right. They're expecting the problem to be taken care of. But Duke Energy said, we never want to disconnect anybody's power, but if we get to that point, we've worked long and hard to try and avoid that. And in this scenario, I think Mr. Power would agree that we've worked closely with him and will continue to do so to avoid February 10th disconnect date. But there's still the uncertainty there that doesn't offer a whole lot of comfort to the tenants that are caught up in the middle of this, right? Yeah, the restaurant, bar owners, hotel, and all that. Yes, yeah. The owner of Tower Hair Design said it would hurt us bad. You hope it doesn't happen. I understand everybody's having to struggle right now, but I know this building is not very filled, so I understand why there's trouble. I hope they can work it out. And that's the whole thing. This pandemic has taken so much business, as I mentioned last evening, not only out of Cincinnati, but I mean any big city, office buildings, the number of tenants may be, I don't know, what, half of what they were prior to the pandemic? Business operations in the downtown areas all around the country, very, very slow. Of course, we witnessed New York City almost at a standstill for months during their lockdown there early on. How many people packed their bags, loaded the truck, and moved out of New York City? It was a mass exodus, the way they explained it. All right, let's see what's going on with the heat wave this morning. Next on the line, hello, heat wave.
Good morning, senor. Man, I tell you what, yesterday was just a day full of bad news. My daughter, she lost one of her brothers from Satan's sister. That's my ex-wife. Lost that on brother number 4 to a heart attack, and I didn't think he was that old. I think he was either in his late 30s or early 40s. I just don't remember how old he was.
Mm-hmm.
But that was a shock, and then I posted that on Facebook so friends of hers that could go over there and offer condolences. And then I understand the fireman, he lost his father yesterday about 4:15 in the morning. So it was just yesterday, just a day full of bad news for a lot of people out there. So, fireman, if you're listening, my deepest condolences to you and yours and the family. I went ahead and I posted some of the Steve and Seagal's music videos. I went ahead and put your name on there so you get tagged on Facebook. And I mean, I don't know what else you can call them but hillbilly.
Okay.
They really do. They're very talented musicians, and some of the songs that they play, they even change the tempo. Like they do a cover of Kiss's version, "I Was Made for Loving You," and you know that Kiss's version is a very fast tempo
right,
song.
very, very up tempo, absolutely.
Well, this one here is a very slow, I wouldn't say dragging song that they play, but you can definitely understand every word that was sung in that song. So, it's apparently they have had the concerts here in the States. I guess that one of the videos I'd seen was from Grand Rapids, Michigan. And I didn't realize they had a whole bunch of hillbillies up there, but apparently they really enjoyed their music. So, I guess they're not well known in the States, but I guess it's starting to come out about them. So, they had a concert where they were, it was filmed in Italy. And that was a little different. They had like 30 feet of clear space from the stage to where the barricades were, where the Italians were while they were listening. And then, of course, they had their security guards in between. But you would have swore they were doing, punk rock or acid rock or something, because they kind of jumped around like they were in a mosh pit, just tearing each other up, trying to dance or whatever they call that action. But those guys, those are characters. They really are. So Big Ed is right. Sometimes I get on here and I really don't know if I make any sense or not to anybody, because some days I just don't feel 100% up to it. Other days I'm just right on the ball. But I asked him the other day, I said, do I make any sense when I'm on the radio to y'all? He's like, oh, yeah, spot on. I appreciate the kind words there, Ed. I sure do appreciate it. And we were just in Salt Lake City earlier today, heading up, going through. That old boy that's broke down up there. Where is he at? In Ogden or? Man, you know who I'm talking about? They were talking about the guy had his hydrating jug and his dehydrating jug.
That's the big moose. Yeah, heading out to Utah. He checked in a few minutes ago. Yeah, he's having to take an alternate route because I-80 shut down. So.
Yeah, well, they was going to say they had some snowstorm that went right through there, and I mean it was down to the point where you just could not see in front of you. But it seemed like to me it didn't last very long. But yeah, 80s always seems like it's getting shut down, especially when they have a snowstorm of that up there. If he dropped down from Nebraska, if he was on 80 in Nebraska and he took 76, gone through Denver, he could go up through the Vale and whatnot and hit Highway 6 there at Green River, Utah.
Yeah.
And from Denver, you got two ways of getting to Salt Lake City from Denver. Yeah, it's only like 25 extra miles. It's just you have a little bit more hilly situation, especially when it comes to Vale and Silverthorne and that area. But I just got up here about an hour or so ago. How far did he get before he had to find another way to get around? Did he say?
He told me where he was up there. Was it North Platte? I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the map. But he did say where he was, and he's going to have to drop down now through Colorado, I think.
Yeah. All righty. Well, I guess that was about it. I just heard my handle mentioned twice with the last 3 or 4 callers, and I thought, oh, so someone actually is listening to me out there instead of saying that guy from the other day or the other caller. So, anyways, I think you and we have a common acquaintance out here in New Mexico.
Oh, yeah?
I think I sent I had noticed that she had commented on your page, and I said, "Oh, well, how do you know Steve Sommers?" And she told me that she knew your mother, and I didn't quite get any past further than that, but she said she knew your mother, and this lady is from South Dakota. She married a guy in the Air Force, and then I met them when I was in Panama working on helicopters. And then they moved up to Albuquerque there at Kirtland Air Force Base. And they live in Rio Rancho, New Mexico. And I'm thinking, well, I don't want to give out her name on the radio, but you might want to ask, is your mom still living? I know Lumpy has passed away.
Right, yeah. My mom's still alive. Yeah, I was wondering if she was, because a lot of people thought Lumpy was my mom. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I had originally mistakenly understood. But yeah. So anyway, she says she knew your mom, and I'll let it go at that, and maybe I'll just email you the name, and you can go ahead and tell me yay or nay later on.
That'll work.
But yeah. So it is a big world, but it is also a very small world.
It is indeed a small world.
Yes, it is.
Right.
All right, senor. Well, you have yourself a good morning, and we'll holler at you later.
All right. Thank you so much, Heatwave. That frees things up. We've got open lines wide open on a Thursday. With 2 hours to go now, jump on board, help a brother out, working the way through the overnight hours. All right, coming up, following our top of the hour break. Interesting how C.H. Robinson, of course, they don't own any trucks. They're a brokerage firm. They're a broker. But according to the Journal of Commerce, faced with the potential of hefty truckload rate increases, numerous shippers put the brakes on annual contract talks in the end of 2020 in an effort to avoid some of the sharpest price spikes. Yeah, we'll break that down. We're talking about, I think they're going to reprice, as they say, about 145 of their top 700 truckload shipper accounts. We're talking big money here with C.H. Robinson. But first, as we conclude things here for hour number 3, I wanted to touch on Mike Lindell, who many say has been a victim of the cancel culture as of late for supporting Donald Trump, and then to even suggest that there had been some shenanigans taking place in the election. And, well, you never can tell, right? I remember at one point in time when this all first started with Lindell, I said, when the left attacks a conservative, most often the conservatives rally around with an outpouring of support for their fellow conservatives. I cited the example of Chick-fil-A. Remember, they were talking about the boycotts, Chick-fil-A not being, of course, a Christian man. They're not open on Sundays to date. And I think it had to do with the LGBT community and whatnot. And they were all trying to, let's just shut them down, boycott. And their sales went through the roof. Well, Mike Lindell of MyPillow was back on Newsmax this past day and saying he loves Newsmax, the network. Now, apparently there was some sort of a dust-up with one of the anchors the previous day, but Lindell said that he and his business, he feels, have been targeted by the cancel culture. But in reality, it's the businesses that are dropping MyPillow products that are suffering the most, he says. They're the losers because they're the ones losing the real customers. He wanted to thank Newsmax for encouraging their readers to buy MyPillow products to support his company as they suffer from multiple boycott efforts. I shared that Newsmax story with you last week. Now, customers who would have bought the product from stores that dropped them because of my support for Donald Trump and his claims of election fraud now have to order directly from me, he explains. In fact, Lindell said, sales are soaring, and his company has had to hire more staff as a result of that. So it's almost like, hey, it's backfiring. Twitter originally suspended Lindell's personal account, but they also suspended MyPillow company account Monday because he used it to post a letter from one of his employees about why Lindell was being attacked, he said. They took it down about 5 minutes. And so now it's funny. All the news media are reaching out to me today going, well, how are you going to get your messaging out there now? How are you going to talk to your customers? And you know what? Our customers have always stepped in. It's amazing, just like Newsmax did, where they published their story last week explaining the situation, encouraging their readers to support what they called a courageous businessman from the cancel culture targeting. We all know about the cancel culture, right? Okay, we close things out for another hour here. Again, lines wide open. Feel free to dial us up. Short wait time at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, you can send us email to steve@hotshotsecret.com. And you can text message. You can send us messages via text to that toll-free number. You can text or call. The number on the screen, 844-844-3388. And checking those messages here. Got some pretty good patches of fog traveling north on I-71, passing the 52-mile marker. Then on up at mile 70, still some thick fog. Looks like the rest stop was kind of overflowing. A lot of trucks pulled off on the entrance ramps. All right, so I guess trying to just shut it down for a few hours. Dense fog advisories are in place for much of central, west central, and northwestern Ohio this morning. So be careful out there. Let's see. Who said that? Breaking. The Weather Channel to be censored. Only certain types of weather will be allowed. Okay. Not sure what that's all about. I have no idea. Give me a ring, fill me in, give me the rest of the story, they say. Then this was going back to last night's show. We were talking about some of the old trucks. Drummer Girl, who I haven't heard from Drummer Girl in a long, long time. She said, I started driving 36 years ago, driving a 1963 Mack C607 two-stick transmission. No power steering, no air, little bit of heat. Let's see. I got some of the pictures on my Facebook page. For our 19th anniversary, I bought engineer a 1985 Mack R600 6-speed low hole. 5 speeds on the main, low, high, and reverse on the second stick. And my birthday present, 1985 Mack Superliner. Good to hear from you, Drummer Girl. Then another message. Steve, have you heard from Always Movin' or The Grump? I always enjoyed listening to their comments. Trying to remember. I don't think we've heard from Grump yet either, have we? I have not heard from Always Movin'. I hope she can find us. Yeah, because she was always a great caller. Keeping us up to speed with what was going on, especially here with the COVID and in the medical community and all that. Then somebody heard Lucky Penny the other morning when she called. And is that Lucky Penny or Rocky the Flying Squirrel? And I thought about it for a moment. I said, you know, I remember the old Rocky and Bullwinkle. That wasn't my favorite cartoon, but yeah, she does kind of sound like Rocky the Flying Squirrel, doesn't she? All right, thank you so much. Then one more from the email bag from Jocelyn in Virginia, who she said, I live right there in the Washington, D.C. area on the Virginia side. She said, this past Monday, Rush Limbaugh on his program explained everything about the Russia hoax and the whole deep state on his show. Turns out everyone in Washington knew the whole thing was a hoax the entire time. Attorney General Barr, the news media, all the Republicans, and everyone knew it was a phony, with the exception of President Trump. Heartbreaking. I implore you, go listen to the February 1 Rush show at some point. The information was amazing. But anyway, thanks for the news show. I'm not a truck driver, just a retired police officer. Well, to which I say thank you so much for what you do. Thank you for helping to serve your country. Somewhere in the mix, I don't know if I have it over here from this morning, or maybe it was on last night's show in regards to this whole Russian collusion hoax. We've waited and waited and waited for the Durham report, which was supposed to shine the true light on all that was transpiring with that Russian collusion delusion hoax. And essentially, we're still waiting. The one blurb I saw that something akin to, doesn't look like any charges are going to be filed against James Comey when the Durham report is officially released. I'm thinking, well, seeing as it hasn't been released, and it almost sounds like one of those inside leak kind of things. But it wouldn't surprise me a bit. Yeah, the election has taken place. We have a new administration, and I just have a sneaky suspicion that the whole hoax, as Rush explained it, is all going to disappear. Time passes by, and people forget, and let's just move on. Pay no attention. Pay no attention. All right, back to your calls here, and Grasshopper, hi there.
How's it going, Steve?
Good.
Hey, there's a lot of callers that we haven't heard from for a while. Sure missed a lot of their calls. Yeah, my first truck was a '69 white International with 238 Detroit, and they said you got to be careful with that Detroit motor. You can make that thing run backwards. I'm like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I was only like 21 years old, and it wasn't too much long after that. I got that sucker to run backwards and smoke going everywhere. It's like, okay, now I know what you was talking about. Anyway, what's the deal with all these people wanting to dumb down America? I mean, I just like that My Pillow guy. I'm glad he's doing well, but I don't understand what their ultimate agenda is. I mean, these people are not Americans. I don't know what they are. I don't know who's doing all behind all this, but it's just getting crazy stupid.
They want to punish. They want to literally punish anyone that supported President Trump over the last 4 years. They want you to suffer. They want your life to be miserable for supporting that man.
Good Lord. They're so un-American. That ain't what America is. It's freedom.
Well, that's what it's supposed to be.
Bottom line, yeah. They squashing their freedoms. I don't know.
Well, now we're going to talk about a truth czar. That sounds like something straight out of communist China, where everything that the internet is totally, everything is censored. You only get to see what they want you to see. You don't get the truth. You don't get the full story.
Yeah. It's like, I had a chuckle when he's talking about that weather thing. It's like, okay, where's that one coming from? Only going to report some weather?
Certain kinds of weather, yeah.
Well, I've got some pretty stiff winds out southeast over here in Illinois on 80, headed towards Chicago, but it's not severe yet. But I'm at Lafayette, Indiana. I run Rock Island every night, and I'm hoping they cancel my run tonight because they're supposed to get pretty nasty up here, I guess. So, flash freeze, high winds. I don't like driving in that stuff. But they've gotten better over the years about, not running the guys because we got so many, like, they grab kids off the dock and they train them to drive, that kind of deal. And I guess over the years they finally figured out, we better not send them boys out. Because if you don't know what you're doing in that kind of weather, you're going to get in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. But, yeah, that's about all I had for you, Steve. I thought I'd call in. Haven't called for a few days, so.
I appreciate you helping out. Thank you for checking in. And, anytime. Don't be a stranger. Be safe out there and avoid the big winds, right? There you go. So, yeah, I found the story. I saved it because I had this. I didn't get to touch on it last night. But, yeah, prosecution of James Comey, the former FBI director, not likely, as special counsel John Durham's probe continues to look into the origins of the investigation of Russia's ties to former President Trump's campaign, citing unnamed sources. Fox News reported Durham completed the CIA portion of his investigation last year and has now shifted his focus to activities of the FBI. Durham has been pursuing new, credible leads, they say, through the end of the Trump administration, adding it's not clear what those lines of inquiry would entail. Of course, Durham declines to comment. The investigation has produced one criminal charge so far against former FBI lawyer Kevin Kleinsmith. He's the one accused of altering an email related to the surveillance of the Trump campaign aide Carter Page. That prosecution, though, did not allege a broader conspiracy within the FBI. Kleinsmith pleaded guilty to making a false statement to Durham's team. He was sentenced last week to 12 months probation and 400 hours community service. But this whole Durham investigation, you know how long this has been going on now? May of 2019, not 2020. We expected to have results by May of 2020. I mean, this all started right after Robert Mueller completed his years-long investigation about Russian collusion, which was not there. In December, Durham expanded his team, adding new prosecutors, after Attorney General Barr appointed him in October as special counsel to ensure he could continue his investigation during the new Biden administration. Now, in the scope order obtained by Fox News, Barr stated that Durham is authorized to investigate whether any federal official, employee, or any other person or entity violated the law in connection with the intelligence, counterintelligence, or law enforcement activities directed at the 2016 presidential campaigns, individuals associated with those campaigns, and individuals associated with the administration of President Donald Trump, including, but not limited to, Crossfire Hurricane and the investigation of special counsel Robert Mueller. Trying to remember. Crossfire Hurricane. Wasn't that the one that went all the way back to Hillary? It's been so long, I'd have to refresh. But before we get back to your calls here, and again, it's 844-844-3388. I mentioned the C.H. Robinson scenario. Faced with the potential of hefty truckload rate increases, some shippers put the brakes on their contract talks late last year. C.H. Robinson's CEO said about a third of their 150 truckload shippers delayed fourth quarter pricing events until the first quarter. Yeah, those shippers represent about $300 million in revenue to C.H. Robinson. The largest U.S. truck freight broker says they now plan to reprice about 145 of their top 700 truckload shipper accounts. They're worth about $1.6 billion in the first quarter. Now, in the fourth quarter, we reduced our percentage of truckload volumes with negative margins, he said, by reevaluating our contractual truckload portfolio. That meant repricing some accounts and actually even exiting other business that did not show a path to acceptable profitability. The average line haul rate, excluding fuel charges that C.H. Robinson bills shippers, increased 15% sequentially from the third quarter and was up 29% year over year. The average per mile payment to contract carriers was up 32.5%. So shippers not only delayed bids, but implemented shorter bids or mini bids. So to deal with the surge in costs. Now, he said, in cases where annual bids have been delayed, we've either implemented short-term bridge pricing in exchange for extending the contract, or we made decisions on how we manage acceptance of tendered volume. In other words, some shipper customers were dropped. In some cases where we could not reach mutually agreed on plans to move forward. Simply, we had to exit some of the business. Timing the market, C.H. Robinson certainly was not the only non-asset logistics provider facing this problem in the fourth quarter and even this quarter. shippers, if they believe some price relief is on the horizon, are likely to try to reach for it. So, but delaying annual bids comes with a risk. There's no guarantee that lower rates would win in the next quarter or would last an entire year, as many shippers that negotiated contracts in the second quarter of last year discovered when the spot rates began to increase rapidly in the third quarter. Yeah, they had already locked in, so they came in on the losing end. If you're one of those companies whose rates have expired and you've lost some core carriers and you've seen load tender rejections increase, it's probably because you're not paying market prices. You don't want to hear that because you went to market, you got prices, but it's a live or die situation for a lot of these carriers out there. All right, so Tucker is urging shippers to take a longer-term view and don't try to time the market, he says. All right, back up here, and who we got? I think Chevy Guy's back with us. Hello, Chevy Guy.
Yeah, some more reporting on the court TV, but I just fella mentioned that the Detroit, how it would run backward. I sent pictures to you of the red and white, the Astro, and what they were saying. Pictures behind the wheel, how it was all glass in front of you, and it went down around your knees. But I climbed in one morning and went to turn your switch on and push a button to start the truck. But my thumb slipped off the edge of the button, and it just bumped it. And when it fired up, it filled the cab full of black smoke. I jumped out, turned the motor off. That's when, the 318 Detroit will run backwards.
Wow.
But worst thing about those cabs, they pulled apart something fierce. You couldn't keep heat in them. I was going upstate New York and going across, I believe it's 87. I might get that wrong. Been so long since I've been up there. But it kept getting colder and colder, had the heat on, and I realized my sleeper, the vent was open. So I reached back behind the curtain, grabbed the vent to pull it shut. Now to do this, I had to put like it had a PTO thing on it where you could, it didn't have cruise control, but you could set the speed. So I did that. I rode the seat all the way back, laid the seat back as far back as I could. And I got one hand on the steering wheel, and I'm spread way back here to pull that vent closed. And when I pulled on it, it fell out. My hand and everything fell out the hole, and I'm holding the vent, and I'm going down the road spread eagle, and I just had it was a comical situation. I ain't nothing I could do. I wasn't going to let go of that piece, that vent door. So I ended up take my foot and bumping it out of gear and let it roll to a stop before I could bring it to a side of the road and just let the doggone door hit the ground and did what I don't know how you do trucking without having tools and including a roll of duct tape.
Wow.
Hey, life goes on. But on court TV this at 10 o'clock, whenever I get up, I turned on court TV. I finally seen a larger video. They were talking about the officer not being charged. I guess he was a Secret Service officer that shot and killed the Air Force protester.
Okay.
Now, I finally seen the video beyond that where the young lady fell. They've been saying that he shot into a crowd that had law enforcement officers, which was interesting. As I watched the whole video, right after that, there's a Capitol Police uniformed police officer standing there with a helmet and a rifle and body armor, and he bends down to check the woman that had just gotten shot. But what was very interesting to me is when he stood up, he raised his weapon to the door with the Secret Service guards. So there's just so much questions in all this, and it was obviously that Capitol Police officer didn't know what was going on, but I have a funny feeling if another shot come out of that door, he was going to start shooting back.
Wow. So he had no idea. He had no
we
idea
need-
who was on the other side of that door, not realizing he thought it might be one of those agitators that opened fire on the people in the building, right?
Gotta be. And he obviously wasn't. The officers that were around there weren't fighting with the people that were there. So, but it was just interesting. I finally got to see that far into that video, but to watch that officer bend down, check on the injured woman, fatally injured woman, and then stand up and then raise his weapon to the door.
Wow.
Was it's just amazing. It's just amazing. And no, I'm sorry that if that Secret Service officer has no business being in that line of work, because like you said the other night, he was judge and jury right there, and there was no sense in it. There was no sense in it, and executioner. So, hey, I just want to sit back, copy the mail. I just wanted to get that in there. Court TV is interesting. They go at length in a lot of these cases, and there's so much more than what people try to get in the news. And by the way, you haven't heard anything about the riots out west in Portland still going on.
Not a thing. Nothing. I mean, but they're still doing it.
Yep, and I understand they're still doing it. They're still having troubles. Democrats can't figure out why. Hey, we won, but Andy Knoll. I was listening to him. The reason why they don't understand is the Antifa is not a friend of the Democrats either. They want the total destruction of the United States government. They basically, what it sounds like to me is a bunch of kids that grew up watching Mad Max shows, and now they want to live that lifestyle where they can go get a gun and go grab them a woman and food and vehicles, and they want to live that Mad Max lifestyle because they don't want any law and order. They don't want to be told what to do. And I don't know a society you can have, any kind of a society that you don't have to have some kind of agreed on rules. But other than that, I'm going to slide back finally and mind my manners, copy the mail. And the driver says he didn't know if he makes any sense. Hey, everybody that calls on here, familiar voices, man, it's great hearing everybody. It's great hearing the guys coming out of the paths. I just love the whole show, bud. So we're going to sit back, copy the mail, and just have a great evening.
Thank you, Chevy Guy. You got it. Thank you so much. There are those who talked about labeling BLM as a terrorist organization. I see that looks like in Canada they have indeed labeled the Proud Boys as a terror organization. I guess some of what they call the Proud Boys were there in D.C. when the Capitol was stormed on January the 6th. And according to the report this morning from USA Today, another leader of the Proud Boys, which I've heard the name, I don't really even know who the hell are the Proud Boys. And they're described as an extremist group with ties to white nationalism. Another leader charged this past day in connection with the Capitol riots, as authorities continue to scrutinize the group's ties to the deadly assault. Ethan Nording, the self-described sergeant at arms for the group's Seattle chapter, charged with obstructing Congress, aiding and abetting, and entering restricted grounds as part of the mob that breached the Capitol. Nordine is also known as Rufio Panman, is one of a half-dozen group members now that have been charged. Two of the members arrested last month were separately named in a federal indictment Wednesday that formally charged The Honolulu leader, Nicholas Oakes, and Nicholas DiCarlo of Burleson, Texas, with obstructing Congress, theft of government property, and 3 counts of unlawful entry. Either way, prosecutors claim Nordine was among those who entered the Capitol after forcibly breaching the doors. It also alleged Nordine was near the front of the crowd of rioters who collectively approached, confronted, and vastly outnumbered Capitol Police on that day. One of the officers who died after clashing with the rioters was actually honored by lawmakers this past day at a Capitol ceremony. 2 days after the riots, Nordine apparently posted a photo on social media showing Capitol Police officers using pepper spray in an attempt to repel the attack. He says, if you feel bad for the police, you're part of the problem. And no, technically, the people that were coming into the Capitol had no business. You weren't invited into the Capitol. Prior to the attack, prosecutors said Nordine, via social media, tried to organize a group that intended to engage in conflict. Hello, that's what you call premeditated, last I checked, right? It was actually seeking donations for protective gear and communications equipment. In other words, that was, to me, that has nothing to do with Donald Trump on that day inciting a mob to storm the Capitol. It was all well premeditated. Prosecutors allege Nordine posted a caption reading, "Let them remember the day they decided to make war with us." About the same time, Nordine allegedly posted another video in which the suspect vowed to bring back that original spirit of 1776. What really established the character of what America is. Okay, the day before the riots, Nordine also allegedly warned that, quote, "we're coming for them." I mean, the evidence is clear. This was no spontaneous group of people that decided to storm the Capitol as Donald Trump spoke to them on that very day. All right, lastly, the suspect also is listed as a manager of a Florida corporation registered in Miami called War Boys LLC, along with 2 other Proud Boys who've already been arrested. Separately this past day, the Canadian government added the Proud Boys to their list of terrorist organizations. Public safety minister said this past day the Proud Boys were one of 13 groups now designated as terrorist organizations, including the Russian Imperial Movement. There's 2 neo-Nazi groups. Canada will not tolerate ideological, religious, or politically motivated acts of violence. So Canada, the first country to actually designate Proud Boys as a terrorist entity. Okay. We'll get back to your calls here just ahead. Plotting a room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hey, can I real quick jump over to Liz Cheney? Okay, latest developments. Republican parties in 10 Wyoming counties have censured chair of the House Republican Conference, Liz Cheney of Wyoming, for her vote to impeach Donald Trump. According to the Casper Tribune earlier this week, more counties may actually join the effort to condemn Cheney. She has faced severe backlash there in her home state as well as Washington, D.C. since the House impeached Trump on January 13. Cheney was among the 10 Republican House members that voted in favor of the impeachment. Let me see. One Sweetwater County Republican Party says Cheney betrayed the trust and failed to honor the will of the very large majority of motivated Wyoming voters who elected her. Because she voted in an anarchic proceeding against Donald Trump, which was conducted in contravention of established principles of due process, a proceeding that provided no probative evidence for consideration. They called no witnesses to testify under oath, permitted no questioning of the accusers by the accused. Liz Cheney stood in defiance of the quantifiable will of a majority of Wyoming citizens. She has devalued her political influence of the state of Wyoming. Laramie County's Republican Party was expected to entertain a censure resolution coming up on February 16th. Sublette County's chair said that there's plans to discuss a censure motion there later tonight, Thursday night. Not all Wyoming County level Republican parties apparently will censure Cheney. Natrona County rejected an apparent effort to censure her last week. Also, former Wyoming Republican Party Chair Matt McCauley defended her in an op-ed piece. So then the discussion moved on to Washington, D.C. this past day. Some were calling for her to be removed from her seat as chair in the committee there. House Republicans voted to keep Liz Cheney in her House leadership role. The internal Republican vote kind of underscores the deep division in the party, though, between those who are fiercely loyal to Trump and those who want to move past the former president. And, okay, so the House impeachment on a single charge of inciting an insurrection is what they, of course, impeached Trump in the House on. Cheney tried to say that everything that followed Trump summoning the mob, everything that followed was his doing. Of course, as I just pointed out there before the break, no, it was not his doing. You had the premeditated, pre-planned groups of individuals that knew they were going to be converging on the nation's capital that day. Many, many days, many weeks in advance of January the 6th. All right, back to the calls we go. And who we got next here? I think the Roadmaster is back with us. Good morning, Roadmaster. How the heck are you?
How you doing, Stevie?
Doing well.
Just want to talk a little bit more about the old times. Yesterday we was talking last night, or this morning rather. The trucks now are coming out with disc brakes, a lot of them, and of course for years they've had S-cam brakes or just regular drum brakes. But if you go far enough back in the early 70s, they had wedge brakes. And before January 1, 1978, a truck did not have to have brakes on the steering axles. So jake brakes was not a thing that every truck had back then. And we literally hauled charcoal out of West Virginia and Missouri with 4 axles of brakes, no steering axle brakes, and had wedge brakes. Any of you old timers fully are probably laughing right now because wedge brakes might as well have been Fred Flintstone brakes.
Really?
Because they were not. I mean, instead of shoes and a drum, it was the air pushed a wedge in between the shoes, and that's what pushed the shoes against the drums. And they were good for about 2 applications, and after that, then it was Lord have mercy. I mean, and today, of course, back then there wasn't interstates. It was all 2-lane roads, and it's supposed to be. But now there's a few places here or there that I question that. It's supposed to be. They're not supposed to be more than like a 6% grade on any interstate. Well, there's like sandstone over there on 64. It's got to be more than 6%. But they've limited to, you know, the downgrades. Back on the 2-lane roads, there's 9 or 10% grades on some of these hills. And trucks were just not capable of holding themselves back. And then in the early 70s, they raised the weight from 73,280 to 80,000, which is what it is now. And I mean, they, like that one hand said last night, the good old days wasn't that good. We were young and didn't know no better. That was a true statement that was ever been said right there. We were all just full of pea and vinegar and wanted to truck, not for the money.
Yeah.
We just wanted to do this job. And we had fun doing it, even though we didn't make a lot of money. And, you know, we had a lot of fun. And I've lost quite a few friends out here that's no longer with us, truck wrecks and stuff. And had a few friends seriously injured in wrecks, you know. So, I mean, it's the old timers are, you know, fully aware of what I'm saying. They know what they've been there, but a lot of these new hands have no idea of what we all went through and paid our dues years ago. Because I've told many people, if you go do this job for the money, don't do it. It's got to be in your blood. You got to want to do this job. And it ain't a job, it's a career. It's your lifeline. It's your lifestyle. It's not just a job for a paycheck.
I've heard that said many times. It's not a job, it's a lifestyle. Yeah,
That's it. That's it. Just like what you do. You do it because you like it. This is your niche in life right now.
Yes, sir.
And I can imagine, and I feel for you whenever the big 3-letter company did to you what they did, how you felt that you were just like, wow, my life, what do I do now? My life is, you know, stopped. And this is your niche in life because you're the best that's ever sat behind that mic. Period.
Yeah, I was physically sick for a few days. I'll tell you that. I was pretty distraught, you know.
Right. So anyway, I just wanted to drop in and say hi this morning. That's all.
All right. Well, yeah, love those old truck driving stories. Thank you so much, Roadmaster.
All right. See you, Steve.
Have a good morning. There you have it. About 12 before the hour. She'll be a bit concerned. We're talking about the rush toward the southern border. Joe Biden reversing pretty much everything Donald Trump had done over the last 4 years and tried to secure the border and keep illegals from entering the country and all that good stuff, right? We know that. Border Patrol agents arresting 11 Iranians this week as they snuck across the border into Arizona. 5 women, and 6 men traveling as a group nabbed on a bridge near San Luis, a border crossing point. Agents said the group had just crossed the border. Of course, Iran is a special interest country for border apprehensions because, of course, their ties to terrorism. No mention at this point of those concerns in relation to this particular group. But still, the 11 arrests pushing the number of Iranians nabbed by the Yuma sector since October 1st to 14. Last year, the Yuma sector arrested, 14. It was 8 last year for the entire year, while the rest of the border accounted for just 14 from Iran trying to make their way into the United States. That would be kind of concerning to me. And one more, a truck driver sentenced for his role in a crash that claimed the life of an Illinois state trooper back in 2019. 57-year-old truck driver Craig Dittmar receiving 6 months in prison and in addition to 4 years of probation and a $3,000 fine. Dittmar previously pleaded guilty to 1 count of reckless homicide and 1 count of safety regulation violations that resulted in death. This all stems from a crash that happened in March of 2019 in Stevenson County, Illinois. Around the noon hour, 34-year-old Illinois State Police Trooper Brooke Jones Story was outside of her cruiser performing a roadside commercial motor vehicle inspection near Freeport when she was struck and fatally wounded when the tractor-trailer semi-combination struck her squad car and the trooper and the semi that the trooper was inspecting. Both of those trucks ultimately caught fire after the crash. It was a horrific scene that day, but I guess it could have been worse. 6 months in prison, 4 years probation, about 9 before the hour. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Did you get to hear the sonic boom a few hours ago?
No, I sure didn't, bud. I was too busy sleeping.
Oh.
But I tell you what, look on your computer and see what the temperature is down in Deltona, Florida right now, buddy.
I know it was only like 60 degrees yesterday down in parts of Florida, but I don't know. What are you looking at? 33?
I'm looking at 32 right now.
Okay, it says 33 here. Wow, 33 degrees. What the?
Yeah, and if you want to see something even more funnier, Steve, you know, with the hurricanes, you know how we look at all those models on the hurricanes? Like, that's all we obsess about during hurricane season down here. If you throw the models out a week from now, there's a possibility there's going to be snow and rain down here. Not this far down, this far south, but say around the Gainesville area, Alachua County area, there's going to be snow mixed with rain.
Wow.
In about a week. I want to say around the 12th or 13th is what I looked on the, when I looked at the models yesterday, is what they were saying. It was, the models were predicting it. But, you know, it's models. It is what it is when you go out over 5 days. But, yeah, it's chilly down here, so we're feeling the pain as much as y'all are a little bit.
I'm looking here, and you're under a freeze warning till 8 o'clock this morning for Volusia, Northern Brevard, Lake, Seminole, and Orange counties. Wow.
Yeah, and Orange County is Orlando. So think about, if you look at the state of Florida, from the line down to Orlando, that's half of Florida that's under a freeze. That's half of Florida, because Orlando is exactly in the middle of Florida.
So I'm guessing they're getting that's getting far enough south to where some of the like a lot of the like the orange groves and whatnot. Probably they got the sprinklers or the pots burning or whatever they do to keep the fields warm.
Most of the orange groves now are down south,
okay,
around Indian River County, down in there. But they don't do that stuff too much up here anymore.
Gotcha.
Because when they used to burn the pots, that's burning diesel, and it was putting smoke in the air, and you know about that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's chilly down here right now. And you were asking yesterday about how far apart those launch pads are at Cape Canaveral. The two that were supposed to go off, there was supposed to be another one that was going off later this morning.
Right.
But they pushed it to Friday now.
Mm-hmm.
They are exactly 4 miles apart. So they would have been 4 miles apart, the launch pad. If you look at the map, the launch pads are anywhere from a half a mile to 2 miles apart at Cape Kennedy. That's how far they are apart.
Uh-huh.
So they could do it, and the air wing, the 45th Air Wing, had cleared them to shoot both rockets, but they chose not to shoot the one later this morning because of the winds.
Okay.
It wasn't because of the temperatures or anything like that. It was because of the winds. But I didn't know. I didn't even hear it. I looked at the video when I got up. That was about it. I slept through it, Steve. I've seen so many of them. It's another thing sometimes, especially when you got to work the next day. So, but
well, I did pull. I had the video up live, and it went off at like 1:20 and 47. You know, right on schedule this morning, and everything looked to go well. Another flawless launch, the way it appeared.
Hey, did you see how much they want to charge for that Starlink service for the beta test?
I have not.
I did some reading on it this morning. The monthly charge is going to be $99 a month for the beta test, okay? but it takes $500 initially to start up because of all the hardware that you have to buy for it. Because there's like a special tripod and a special dish that's for it.
Okay.
Because it is a dish service. And it's also going to have the same problems that our, regular dish services have, like, direct TV or any of that stuff. So if you have rain, like down here, we have those torrential storms and stuff, the internet's going to be knocked out. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that Starlink stuff is really going to be worth the advantage. I mean, as far as the speeds go, the speeds were unbelievable. I think they were twice, if not 3 times as fast as cable. So, but in a fixed application up north, it might work fine, but down here, it might not work so good with the weather if we have weather. But, yeah, just throwing that out there. That's just for the beta test. Who knows what it's going to be like when they actually start charging for it when they get it fully up. So I signed up for the promotional just to see the pricing and the beta, and they haven't sent me the email yet. They're going to send everybody an email, but I found out through a friend of mine, he got the email what it was, and he sent me the literature on it. I was like, oh, that's $99 a month, so $100 a month for internet. I think my internet down here right now for Spectrum that we have down here, which is cable, is about $60 a month, somewhere around in there. So, and I don't know. DirecTV, you could put, if you had that Starlink, if it was able to hook up in a truck, because I know you can put a direct antenna. Direct has an antenna that you can put on your truck, a dish that's encapsulated, so you can run down the road with it on. I bet you Starlink will probably do the same thing before it's over with. So you could have internet in your truck all the time. So, but just throwing that out there. But the gentleman was mentioning earlier about wedge brakes. I first started driving in about 1986, and I had seen a couple of trucks with wedge brakes. They were Max, like back in the 60s. From back in the 60s, B model Max, and those wedge brakes, they will hurt you. Have you heard the guys talk about Dayton wheels, Steve?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I have.
The Dayton wheels, they've got like a ring on them. And I literally, this is years ago, when I first started driving back in the day, I drove fuel tenders for the airlines in Melbourne, Florida. Seen a guy changing a tire off a rim one time. He put the ring on. He blew it up, and when he did, the ring blew off, and it shot about 70, 80 feet in the air. So those things were dangerous. And I've also seen them come off a truck running down the road, and when that comes off, there's like a spacer in between them that holds the duals apart, or the dual tires apart. That spacer comes out. It's like shrapnel going through the air. So I was glad they got rid of those and went to what they call the buds now, which the bud rims is a beautiful thing. So, and I don't miss the cab overs. I drove GMC Astros for many years. I drove CL9000s and Fords. I don't miss cab overs. So, but that's all my trucking story, Steve. I'll catch you later, man. Have a good day.
Thank you so much for the update. And I don't know if you heard earlier, Big Ed I really enjoyed your call last evening. And I'm sure he enjoyed your call. I think he's probably snoozing now. Didn't you say he was going to hit the hay here? Because he'd got to get up in the morning. All righty, as we roll toward top of the hour here, coming up about 4:15 Eastern Time, about 15 minutes from now, somewhere right in that vicinity, we'll be checking in with Kyle, not Kyle. Kyle's my representative. Oh, what's his name with Battlescar Motorsports. Going to be our special. He was originally slated to be with us here a week or two ago, and of course had to postpone that. And we'll be looking forward to that here coming up in just a bit. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. And before we take a timeout, I'm looking over here. Super Bowl weekend is almost upon us, right? And apparently there's nothing beer brands will stop at to win your attention and affection during the Super Bowl breaks. And this year, Miller Lite is roasting a competitor by hosting a giveaway for free beer whenever Michelob Ultra's ad plays during the big game. Now, Miller's beef with Michelob stems from the latter promotion of their 95-calorie beer as a healthier alternative to Miller Lite's 96 calories. But the Molson Coors Pilsner is making the case that, hey, it's 1 extra calorie, so it's worth it. It makes all the difference. So when the Michelob ad airs this Sunday, Miller Lite fans are invited to type an 836-character URL into their search browser to score $8 for a signature six-pack. Their reasoning, Miller claims, is burning 1 calorie is as simple as typing in a ridiculously long URL. Will anyone actually take the time to sit there and type that? And what if you have a typo? How many of us can type in 836 characters without screwing up? Oh boy, let me see here. All right, Miller Lite will share the wealth via Venmo. There will be a limit on the contest to the first 5,000 entries. So I guess they're actually anticipating people sitting there to type this Venmo in or URL. For decades, Miller Lite has been known as the original great-tasting, less-filling beer. Through the years, we've been many followers, and while, yes, some others may have 1 less calorie, we know everyone finds joy in something that tastes great. With Miller Lite adamant that football fans physically type out the URL to burn that calorie, they're making it kind of tricky if you tried to copy and paste the URL to unlock the giveaway. Okay. Instead, they're kind of teasing the not-so-secret message as an image for the time being. But the contest kicks off February the 7th, ends at 9:30 p.m. Central Time. All right, you must be 21 or older. So I guess they're running this commercial that actually shows the URL. This Miller Lite marketing stunt will distract you from Ultra's big game ad.com. Just type in this URL when the Michelob Ultra commercial airs on that sacred Sunday in February when everyone's watching football, and we'll give you free Miller Lite, which not only has more taste than Michelob Ultra, but also has only 1 more calorie, and you'll actually burn that calorie typing this ridiculously long URL. And I'm actually reading this as it scrolls up the screen. It's got a lot more to it. Are you going to sit there and type that in to get $8 worth of free Miller Lite? I don't know. I think I'll just fork over the $8. What the hey? All right, lines wide open here on a Thursday morning. That's comical. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Well, as we all too well know, barely is that blockbuster storm in the rearview mirror for the Northeast in particular. And we're now already busy analyzing our upcoming this weather pattern that could yield yet another major snowstorm, expected to possibly form in the same areas where it formed last week, and then makes its way up again into the Northeast. Weather for the next week looks pretty rough and tumble for the eastern 2/3 of the country. Now, this change in the atmosphere, the big dip in the jet stream that's going to be coming up after this first system pushing through the central states this morning, that's going to bring in some of the coldest air of the season. And on the northern edge, of course, we're going to be talking snow, potentially some heavy snows. Southern side of the storm, that's the clash of the air masses where you get potentially thunderstorms, some of which could, once again, reach severe levels. Then, just like last week, they're expecting a secondary storm to kind of develop close to the coast. And it could creep up the eastern seaboard. The question mark right now is, will it stay close enough to the coast, or will it stay further off the coast to where you won't see much impact in the Northeast as far as snow? That's what they're trying to put together right now. So two possible distinctly different scenarios. One could bring another foot of snow to parts of the Northeast. The other, the off-coast track of the storm, would obviously lead to a much lesser accumulation and wind and all that sort of stuff. But all right, coming up here in just a few, it's Brian Check. I was racking my brain. What the heck was it? Brian Check. Well, it used to be called Battle Scarred Motorsports. I'm sorry, that's what it's called now. It used to be USMC Racing, which is now, he'll explain why they had to change their name, which it is now Battle Scarred Motorsports. I'll be checking in here in just a bit. Tell us a bit about that charitable organization. Right now, though, I think it's the Jolly Green Giant. Is that correct?
That's who it is.
Well, hello, Jolly Green Giant.
I just thought I'd give you a call, man, and say heads up. One driver that was talking about, I can't remember his name, the one that used to haul Coors beer and said that the only thing that keeps him from driving a truck, he can't pass his DOT.
Yeah.
So I want to pass this story to him and other drivers. I'm 65. I'll be 66 this year. And it just seems like I just barely can pass my DOT. And so a couple years ago, my eyes were just getting worse and worse and worse because of cataract. So I made a decision that I was going to get my eye fixed, or I was not going to be driving truck. I was slowly going blind. So I go and get my eye fixed. So I passed the eye test of the DOT physical last year with flying colors. And here's the funny part. Then I flunked the hearing test.
Really?
Because I didn't have my hearing aids on. Yeah, I flunked the hearing test. So I had to go home, get my hearing aids, and come back because they do what they call a whisper test. What they do is they count off 10 feet, turn around, and then they whisper and expect you to hear it. I wish somebody would please explain it to me. Where are we going in a truck? Are we going to be listening to people whispering?
Good
I thought
question.
we're supposed to hear warning buzzers on the dash or sirens. But where are we going to hear somebody whispering? You know, just a bunch of bull. So I can identify with what he was saying because I mean I've just been struggling. You know, as I'm getting older, the cataracts. I'll tell you what. I'm seeing 20/20 now. And my eyesight is better than it ever has been. So I encourage any driver that is having that kind of problem, go have it done. It does not hurt. It's the best thing I ever did.
Wow. Okay.
So the reason I called is something that I kind of know, but I want you to clarify for me.
Okay.
And it's about your dad. Did your dad graduate from Coleraine Senior High in Cincinnati, Ohio?
That is correct.
So did I. I went to Coleraine in 1974. I was going to a church in the area of Mount Healthy, and a social worker that was in charge of my son from MRDD, her husband, first name was Harold, went to high school with your dad. Now, it's kind of coincidence. So, I mean, he asked me if I knew your dad. I said, well, I've never met you, Dale Sommers, but I mean, I sure listened to him on the radio.
Right.
You know.
Right.
I've been listening to you guys like since day one, but I appreciate your show. I appreciate it more now than ever. It's so much easier to get to this. The reception is just absolutely perfect on YouTube. And I finally did get to subscribe to the other thing that you wanted us to subscribe to.
So you got to be over 1,000 listeners now.
Oh
Am I
yeah,
right or wrong?
yeah. Oh yeah. We got over that. We got a lot more than 1,000 listeners. You had to get 1,000 subscribers on the YouTube page.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, when you
Yes.
some are listening on the Hot Shot Secret YouTube or the Facebook. Now they can also listen on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube or Facebook, and you split them all up, and there's going to be more coming. So.
Well, also we got. I was just talking to one of the drivers that works with here at this company, and he wanted to know where your studio was, and I said I have no idea where his new studio is. I didn't even know where the WLW studio was. You know,
right?
But I want to. This is shout out for Cincinnati Flash. He ain't got the balls to call in and talk to you. He said he's radio shy.
Oh boy!
But I also want to talk a little bit about the police. You were talking about the Stay High Patrol in Pennsylvania, and I'll tell you what. In the area where I live, in the Milford area, I got it. I'm hoping that these officers are listening tonight from Miami Township. But I have nothing but praise to say about those guys, the men and women, because in my opinion, they're excellent police officers, and they're not out just to write tickets out. And I just want to thank you for they understand what it is to protect and serve. And for the State Highway Patrol, it just seems like that's all they want to do is write tickets out.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is not good police work. It really isn't. It actually gives them a bad name. So... But either way, Steve, I just wanted to say I appreciate your show, man, and I am listening more and more each day. Thanks to Sex Maniac that let me know that that you were over on YouTube and Facebook, and that's how I figured this thing out.
Good deal. All right, well,
we're spreading the word. And
that's the name of the game.
Spreading the word on you, Steve.
Yep. Great deal.
Now, we can get Cincinnati Flash to call in, Bram. To get him to call in with his political views, okay?
Uh-huh.
We'll just have to wait and see if he can man up, okay?
All right. Maybe one of these days, right? Okay. All right. Well, Jolly Green Giant, thank you so much. Good to have you with us. Right, rolling up on about 18 past the hour, and here's our special guest, if I don't hit the wrong button and hang up on him. Is this Brian Check?
This is.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well. Been kind of anxiously anticipating your call, Brian.
Yeah. I was trying to be on the road by 3. We're on our way to Road Atlanta right now. So literally just left the house in Slidell, Louisiana. We've got about a 7-hour drive to get over there. And right when we thought we were all done, one of the cats escaped. We made a valiant effort to bring her stupid behind back inside. She didn't want it, so, well, I guess she's going to be eating lizards for 4 days.
Oh, boy. So you couldn't find her, couldn't get her in. Well, at least it's not freezing down there, is it?
No, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. So could be worse, could be better. But I'll tell you, yesterday was one of the longest load-up days I've ever had with this enterprise we've got going here, this organization. It was just one thing after another. Should have been done by noon. I didn't finish up until like 4:30.
Tell me a little bit. I know it used to be called USMC Racing, and start things off. Tell us a little bit about that, and I guess you had to change the name to battlescarred.org.
Yeah.
Battlescarred Motorsports.
Right.
Tell us what you do with that, Brian.
Right. So we started out in November of 2017 as Uncle Sam's Misguided Children Racing, and it was just a bunch of Marine buddies and I, and then a good friend from high school who was into racing. We were like, let's just do something fun. Let's get into some racing that's cheap, that it's easy to do and all that kind of jazz. And so we found the 24 Hour of Lemons Endurance Series and started racing with them. And we started to get better at racing and stuff like that, and you know, better as a team. And then we started getting in folks that we hadn't met. And we had one guy, well, two different folks pop in on this team that nobody had met. And when they showed up on, you know, Thursday, they were quiet and wouldn't say much. And then by the end of the weekend, I mean, you couldn't get these fellows to shut up. I mean, it was just something that we were all just best friends and sharing numbers and all this kind of jazz. And then I got stationed down here in New Orleans, and I entered the New Orleans race with Lemons in March of 19, and everybody was new. I didn't know anybody at that point who was gonna go race with me. And I mean, it was the exact same thing. Everybody showed up, didn't know each other. So within 5 minutes, we're hooting and hollering, we're back slapping, changing numbers, and then, you know, we're best friends by the end of the weekend. And, you know, it was unreal. And so I kind of had this thought, like, you know, maybe this can actually be something more than just a race team. So I, you know, brought a couple of my really good friends in, and we had some long, you know, heartfelt discussions. Myself, Brian Fennell, Nate Gravel, Drew Gentry, Phil Watson, and then later on AJ Jackson, and you know, all either prior military or active duty like myself. And we started the nonprofit USMC Racing. Well, we had been pushing for national level media for, you know, since we got started, right? You know, that's how you get your name out there, all that kind of stuff, you know, speaking the pavement, that kind of a deal. Well, CBS finally answered that call and came out and did a really good story on us at MSR Houston in November of 2020. And the story aired December 17th last year.
Wow.
Within like 4 days of that, the Pentagon's trademark office called my cell phone, which that's, you know, a hidden number. I mean, it's on the end of my signature block on my email.
Yeah.
And was like, hey, cease and desist. You can't use those 4 letters.
So the fact that you were using USMC Racing, they said you cannot use, because it sounds like U.S. Marine Corps, right? They said you can't use that.
Correct. And so, yeah, so let's back up to the mindset I had the moment he called. I was furious, right? Absolutely furious that this guy, not even, you know, I'm not going to say his name, but this guy, not even a Marine, never been in the military at all. Come to find out, the guy is better known for being, and I kid you not, a cocktail historian. So this guy travels the U.S. and the globe learning about the history of mixed drinks. It's like, how the hell did you wind up working in the dang trademark office? You know, I had no idea.
Yeah.
So this is the guy I'm dealing with, as I found out later who he was. And, you know, it's furious. I could not believe that this conversation was happening. And the fact that, like, he didn't open the door by first saying, hey, you know, we as the Marine Corps unofficially love what you're doing. We appreciate it. You know, however, you need to change the name. It wasn't like that. It was right off the bat, you know, the dude was just shooting me down. Eventually was telling us to cease and desist operations until the name change was officiated. And I told the guy, I said, I'm not doing that. I said, I got a race in like a week. So no, I'm not doing that. And then I got a race, you know, February, well, the one I'm heading to right now. So no, that's not happening. And me and him just weren't seeing eye to eye. And then he's sent an email, like a follow-up after that. And I made a post about it on my personal Facebook page, and then again on the team's page, and folks just came out of the woodwork wanting to defend us and, you know, see to it that we were, you know, going to get a fair shake and all that kind of deal. But to be honest, you know, at the end of the day, those 4 letters were never going to be ours. It was always going to mean the Marine Corps. It was, you know, there was no way around it. And we kind of knew that was going to happen one day. So we had a little list of names on standby in the event like something like that was going to go down. And so we very quickly got together as an executive staff and the board and voted on Battle Scarred Motorsports. And to be honest, you know, I just talked to a longtime friend last night who I hadn't spoken with in a while, and he was like, dude, I love the new names. Like, that's killer.
Yeah.
And so, It was, one of the best things to happen to us in 2020, I would say, because now we have something that's strictly our own. Because there were times where we would be working with potential sponsors or donors, and then they would ask us, like point blank, like, are you doing this on behalf of the Marine Corps? And it's like, no. And, that was kind of annoying because it was like they're comparing us to this, other entity that's not us.
Right.
But all good things, you know what I mean? Can't complain, and all things happen for a reason, right?
So tell me, so you're now called Battle Scarred Motorsports, and the website is battlescarred.org. But tell the folks a little bit about. I know you are working with active duty and veterans, and I think you also with first responders and whatnot. How do you get involved, or what do you guys do? You're headed out for a race this weekend, I'm guessing. What are you guys going to be doing?
Yeah, so we provide resiliency resource.
And I think he's in between cells. Yeah, maybe if you lost your cell there, Brian, give us a call back. He is on the road, headed off to the race, because I pulled up if you go to battlescarred.org, you can click on events.
This past summer.
Okay, there he's back.
Yeah, this past summer, we recently acquired a 79 Camaro. And we go as far west as the Rockies, and we've gone as far east as South Carolina, just north of Columbia. And we hit events anywhere from 4 to 8 times a year to provide this escape for the men and women who, defend both their communities and this nation, home and abroad. And we love what we do, and we know we're making an impact. I know of at least folks that have told me of at least 3 people that we've saved from taking their own lives because they've been a part of the program, a part of the family. And then we're growing that family 150 to 220 folks a year, depending on what they're driving or crewing. While that's kind of a drop in the bucket, when you compare that to the 21 million veterans alone, that's still an impact being made on that individual. And that's kind of the important piece.
So you're kind of taking individuals who may have served on the battlefield, whether it's, it could be a Vietnam vet, or it could be a Desert Storm, or Afghanistan, Iraq, and they may have suffered like PTSD and things of that nature. This is kind of an outlet for them to kind of come out and bond with what they call the band of brothers. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. And we've gotten all sorts of folks, firefighters and police officers, of course, and EMTs. But there was one race in particular in, I think it was fall 19, when we ran 2 cars for the first time. We had 2 gentlemen show up. One was a Korean War veteran.
Wow.
And the other one was a Vietnam veteran. And those 2 hit it off, never met ever. And those 2 hit it off immediately. As soon as it was apparent that, what they had done and what they had seen. I mean, I sat down with them over beers and just got completely plastered on a Friday, on the Friday night before the racing on Saturday with these guys, because they're just telling these stories and hooting and hollering and crying. I mean, it was just, and that's therapy for these guys, you know?
Right.
And this organization is my personal therapy. Now, loading is not fun, and getting turned down by sponsors and donors always sucks. But, at the end of the day, what we're providing is something that is extremely unique. And there are organizations out there that do similar things with regards to race cars. But as far as I know, we are the only ones that bring multiple cars to every event, that hit more than 4 or 5 events a year. We feed everybody for 4 days. So you're talking $1,200 in food, because we're feeding everybody. I've got a cook that follows us around and cooks on a wood-fired smoker. Got that thing cranking all week, for 4 days in a row. We've got all the safety equipment that they could possibly need: suits, socks, gloves, balaclavas, helmets, everything. And so, and at times we have the funding that allows us to actually fly somebody in if they're too far away from the track. And we were able to do that last November. And that was the first time we had an excess of revenue that allowed us to bring out somebody all the way from California to Texas who could really use what we provide. And, and he loved it. He absolutely loved it. He was interviewed by CBS. Kyle and Matt interviewed him for their video. I mean, it's what we have going here is just absolutely amazing. And I don't know what I would do without it, even though it's super frustrating sometimes.
Right.
I don't know what I would do without it.
Well, it is a charitable organization, charity organization, right? Are you like a 501c3? You rely on donations to operate, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct. Yep. We are a 501c3. And those donations are critical, whether it's a monetary donation or it's product. I mean, just for an example, if all three cars needed tires for a race weekend, that's $3,900 before we even leave. So before we even packed up, I've had to buy nearly $4,000 in tires. So, if we didn't have people who believed in what we were doing, like Hot Shot Secret, there's no way in hell we would be able to do this. Absolutely not.
Right.
We're truly blessed, to be honest, that there are that many folks out there who have helped us continue moving forward.
So I know
we wouldn't be here without them.
I know if someone wanted to donate, they just go to battlescarred.org, right? Just you don't have to type in motorsports, just battlescarred.org.
No, just battlescarred.org. All the way over on the right on the menu, it says donate. And so there's a couple different things you can do. We try to make it as easy as possible for people to kind of make a decision. So if you just click the general donate page, it gives you options. It says $25. That gets us, 5 gallons of fuel or whatever, or 10 gallons, I think it says. And then there's it says 75 and 100. It kind of explains. Then you can make it monthly, or you can make it a custom amount. If you click on more ways to give, we have other options. We have an Amazon Smile account. So I believe it's 5 cents of every purchase you make on Amazon. 0.5%, I'm sorry, of every purchase you make on Amazon comes back to us quarterly. And Brian Fennell, my general manager, his wife is one of our biggest fundraisers for that because she's addicted to that thing. So we get more money from her on her Amazon Smile account than anybody else that I know of. And then we have an Amazon charity lift. So if you didn't want to see just cash go to, just your $100 bill just kind of get burnt somewhere, you can go onto there and you can see where we have tires up. We've got our spark plugs there. We've got, 10 millimeter sets because those always disappear. We've got jegs, fuel cans, all sorts of stuff is on there. And it's all stuff that we need. And most of that stuff, after, a year's worth of use and abuse, to be honest, it needs to be replaced, unfortunately. So we have a lot of stuff on there. And then we have the Roundup app. So the Roundup app, essentially, every time you make a purchase on your connected bank account or credit card or debit card, whatever is left that can be rounded up to the nearest dollar goes to us, essentially. So we tried to make it as best as we could to give folks the most opportunity to donate how they saw fit.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Well, if someone has, say, like a family member or a friend they know that they think, hey, that they'd like them to maybe see if they could participate in one of your events, how do they do that?
So on our website, on the landing page, on the home page on the bottom, there's a contact sheet that you can fill out. There's also another contact. I think it's in the menus as well. You can do it that way, or you can reach out to us on our Facebook page. All of that is heavily monitored by all of my executive staff and myself. And, within an hour, we will get back to you with whatever your question is, whether you wanted to participate in an event or you wanted to become a donor or a sponsor for something. We monitor that to make sure that we're taking care of everybody that's wanting to reach out and ask questions and things like that.
That's cool. Yeah. So Kyle tells me you have like 100 kids.
Yeah, I got 3 of them behind me right now, and thank God my mom flew into town. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do this. So my beautiful wife is travel nursing in California for COVID crisis response.
Wow.
And so I've been a single dad since January 4th. And it really hasn't been too bad. We already had a really good nightly routine anyways, because my wife is working nights at the neuro ICU anyways here in New Orleans. So, her being gone at night was already something we were used to. I just haven't had a break in 5 weeks.
Yeah, I know. I think he said when you were scheduled to be with us a couple of weeks ago, he was telling me that Brian's taking care of the kids right now. His wife's out of town, and one of the kids were sick, right?
Yeah, the tiny one, my now 10-month-old was just puking his guts up and just wouldn't stop.
Wow.
And there was no way I was going to be able to be doing this with you and give you the attention that you deserve with him, like yakking up his freaking lungs in the background.
Boy.
So
Yeah.
His gut, so. But
well, it's great to talk to you. So again, you're headed to, is that in South Carolina you're headed, or where are you headed this morning?
No, so we're heading to Road Atlanta.
Road Atlanta.
Michelin Speedway, which is just northeast of Atlanta, Georgia, in Brazelton. And it's about right now I've got 6 3/4 hour left until we get there. So kind of a drive. Of course, the kids are bananas because they're all excited. We're going to another race. So hopefully here in about an hour, they're going to pass out. And it can be quiet in here. Who knows?
Yeah, normally you'd think this time of the morning they'd be sleeping anyway. What the heck? I always used to love, when we're going on vacation, I'd have to leave at like 10 or 11 o'clock at night so the kids would go to sleep in the back seat.
Oh, yeah. Man, so that was the plan yesterday. I wanted to leave as soon as my 6-year-old got out of school. I wanted to roll. Like that was my plan. And that got shot to hell when it took, all day to freaking pack. And so, there was no way that was going to work now. So there went that. So here we are now, leaving at, 3:15 in the morning to get over there. Because I would have liked to have gotten at least halfway there yesterday, which would allow me kind of to sleep in a little bit until maybe, 6 or 7, and then take off from there. But so much for that.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll share all this via my Facebook Outlook, and we've got this new growing audience out there that they can share, and maybe you'll find some additional supporters out there. But battlescarred.org is the website. Pretty fascinating. It's a really cool thing you're doing for our veterans, and
it is, and we love it. And one of the things we've been trying to do is kind of reach out to the community. And so I'm going to kind of segue into this, but we are hosting a military and first responders appreciation festival here in New Orleans on March 6th. And we have been planning this since like last November, October, right? So, going on 5-6 months that this thing has been in the works. And we had, or so we thought, had secured 4 different businesses who had agreed to become the park title sponsors to essentially pay for the track rental fees so that all revenues received during the day would come back to us. And just doing quick math, and I can't math at all, I can't even spell that word, but should that day go as we see it going, that would be a year's worth of revenue that we could be getting in one day. And so this day is huge for us. Well, I got an email from the track on Monday that they had not received any payments, and that if we didn't give them the 25% down payment by this coming Friday, i.e. tomorrow, that they were going to have to give the day to somebody else. They were going to cancel our agreement and give it to somebody else who wants the entire weekend.
Wow.
By just one day. So I take that information and I go back to these folks, and as politely as I can, I'm like, hey, I thought we had this agreement. This is supposed to be a done deal. They haven't received any money, and every one of those folks has now backed out. And we have vendors coming. We have people volunteering their large equipment, tractor trailers and trains and trucks to come out to participate in a touch a truck event that we have coming. We've got motorcycle clubs and vehicle car clubs already signed up to come out. And now here we are. We may lose the venue, So if anybody out there listening, has a business and you're looking for a tax write-off or you want to support us in some way, we reach out, let us know, because we need somebody to help us secure that deposit by, essentially tomorrow close the business.
Wow.
Or
that's kind of cutting it close down to the wire.
You're telling me, and here I am trying to answer emails and phone calls yesterday while I'm like loading up 2 cars, one with a transmission that's not even in it, So, I couldn't do it all, and so when I finally got to my phone, about 5 o'clock, finally I just set it down because I just needed to knuckle down and get everything done. There was like missed phone calls and emails, and luckily not a whole lot had pertained to missed opportunities with regards to sponsorship.
Right.
It's just kind of a bummer that we're getting put in this predicament. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's a tough place to be. Well, hopefully it all works out. Well, I'll tell you what, it's great to hear from you this morning. Have a safe journey on into the road Atlanta. And again, we'll share this, and I'll share a bit more about your mission, what you guys are all about. I did a Google search of USMC Racing, and it pulls you right up to battlescarred.org. It takes you right there. So.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, everything got changed over. The day that the board and I and the executive staff voted on the name change, we changed all the domain stuff immediately because we didn't want anyone to get confused after we made the announcement. So we made all the changes, and about an hour after we made the announcement, everything was set. So.
All right. Well, thank you so much for chiming in here, Brian. It's great to hear from you, and thanks to our friends at Hot Shot Secret. I know they're one of you've got a number of sponsors, but Kyle tells me they help you out with some of your your oils and whatnot, your racing oils and all that kind of stuff.
Absolutely. So. Oh yeah, Kyle's the best. We wouldn't be where we are today without him emailing me back. And then 5 minutes after that, we had a phone call that lasted like nearly an hour. So, and that was before we were a nonprofit. That was before we had more than one car. So he's like OG. I love that dude to death, and me and him talk, nearly every other week. So, I can't thank him and the Hot Shots family enough for what they have done for us and allow us to continue to do.
Well, I wouldn't be behind this microphone if it wasn't for that same crew there, Brian, if you know what I mean. So.
Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, they are an amazing family, that's for sure.
Yep. All right, well, I'll let you roll as we kind of get ready to wrap things up here on a Thursday morning. But thanks so much for taking some time to say hey with us, and we'll do it again sometime.
Absolutely. Sounds great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, buddy.
You got it. Be safe out there on the road. All right, so there you go.
Thank
Brian
you.
Check. Battlescarred.org is the website. Yeah, when it was supposed to be on originally here, whatever that was, a week or two ago, I think I shared some from their website. We support veterans, first responders, providing a familiar environment to bond and give them a sense of purpose. Our singular mission is to give American heroes an outlet to reconnect with like-minded brothers and sisters using our race cars as vessels. veterans, first responders alike, they kind of recreate a bond that resembles what we experienced in the service, he says. Now, oftentimes the transition from active duty to civilian life is one of the hardest transitions anyone can experience. This oftentimes causes our heroes to feel lonely, depressed, purposeless, and oftentimes we're too proud to talk about it or ask for help. Yet the transition is a significant contributing factor to severe depression, homelessness, and suicide. All too often. So we embarked on a mission, providing an environment where these heroes can kind of reconnect with family, those they once trusted with their lives. It's our way of combating the problems our fellow veterans face and stand by their sides, like we did while in uniform. Throughout our military careers, we all faced similar struggles and challenges. This is true whether you served 4 years or 24 years, whether you served on the front lines in the infantry or the rear as support. Because of that, we understand each other in ways others never will, and that's why we have such a powerful bond. On the racetrack, we continue that bond. We share stories, memories, our strife, all while crossing that checkered flag at an insane speed. We've been on this mission for several years, and we fight every day to reduce suicide by giving them purpose, a team, camaraderie, and a family who truly cares for them. If you feel a calling, like we do, to support our fellow veterans or first responders, we'd love to talk. That's from the front page, about Battle-Scarred Motorsports. Again, you find it battlescarred.org, a great charity. And again, one of the big sponsors is Hot Shot Secret, no less. You'll see a number of cars with that Hot Shot Secret logo on the side. So we thought we'd share that with you this morning. All right, not a whole lot of time left, so let's see if we can get right back to the calls here. Knucklebuster's been hanging in there. What do you say, old Knucklebuster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers there. Simplified, do or die. Man kicking butt since 1775. Hey, I met a guy the other day. He had a Air Force T-shirt on, and I said, well, I can tell you ain't got no friends. He said, well, why is that? I said, well, if you'd have had any friends, they'd have told you to join the Marine Corps, right? I at least got a laugh out of it. Anyway, I told him I was just kidding. Thank him for his service there. Hey, the battle scars, hey, I'll tell Mama Knucklebuster, get them on the list of people we donate to. I like the USMC better, the Uncle Sam's Misguided Children, right? And
Right.
I'm definitely one of them, right?
Yep.
Yeah, well, you've been a great show, Mr. Steve Sommers. I appreciate Hot Shot Secret for sponsoring you and sponsoring Battle Scarred Motorsports there, too. So that's all my baloney for this morning. I ain't going to talk no politics. So anyway, have a great day, Steve.
All right, thank you so much for checking in. Yeah, another one of them USMC guys, old Knucklebuster. So yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm gonna put a couple of links up here. The only social media I really do is the Facebook thing. Now, I think Hot Shot Secrets, like hooking me up with a Twitter page. I don't know, it's Instagram. I don't know what all they're trying to do, but. Yeah, I'm not the biggest tech-savvy guy, as you all too well know, but let me jump over to, what do you say, old horse feathers, what's going on? Well, if the computer would click. There you go.
Your Honor, no beep. There it is. Now I got the beep.
Yep.
Thanks for taking me back there quick, Your Honor. Hey, so on this YouTube deal there, if you scroll across the top, it's got the different things, and one of the things it says is channels. And so you're on, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive channel, and in your little thing there where it says channels, Hot Shot Secret has a thing to take them to their channel. But when you go to Hot Shot Secret's page, they don't have anything to go to your channel. So maybe you mentioned to Kyle or Josh maybe to have something in their channel thing. But does this Battle Scarred Motorsports, do they have a YouTube channel? Do they have videos out there?
Oh,
on the YouTube
yeah,
and that
there's,
that we
like
could
I
actually
said,
see what's going on?
all kinds of stuff through battles. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm gonna share some of those here when I wrap things up here in a few minutes. Yeah, they've got. I'm looking.
All right, so
I think I just shared one a few minutes ago. USMC Racing Prep for Race Day was the title of the video, and it's on YouTube. So yeah, I shared that to my Facebook page. So.
All right, so us people that don't have Facebook, if there was any way that Josh or Kyle or whatever could add that to that little channel button on yours or the Hot Shot Secret page or both would be greatly appreciated to make it easier for us to find them. And hey, I didn't know, to help sponsor your show and that. Do you know how they did those cardboard cutout things there at the stadiums? With the COVID deal.
Oh yeah, right. The fake fans in the stands. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was thinking maybe if, we could do something like that, maybe on a little bit smaller scale, but we could all get our pictures done. And then when, you have one of us on the phone, you could turn our picture around and, point to the camera, and then we could be on the camera with you.
Now, wait a minute. I'm thinking there's a whole bunch in this audience that may actually break the camera if we tried to do something like that.
Yeah, I was going to say right now, I kind of look like Clem Cadiddlehopper. You remember Clem Cadiddlehopper there from Red Skelton?
No, I
How
do
he
not.
kind of fluffed his hair up, and you have to check that out. He's got a YouTube thing too. There, I think you can see it on there. You can see everything on YouTube. But anyways, yeah, I'm kind of doing the Clem Cadiddlehopper thing right now. So
you're thinking. I mean,
might not be the
you
best
want me
thing
to have a
on
cardboard
camera.
cutout of Spaceman in here? Do you know how horrifying that would be?
And the problem is he'd probably want to have that one where he was in that Budweiser bathing suit.
Exactly. Yep, you're right. Oh, me.
So anyways, but all right. Well, I just wanted to toss that out. But yeah, that Battle Scarred Motorsports, that sounds like a good deal there. So we'll have to definitely check more into that. But yeah, an easier way to get to the YouTube would be great. And I know that channel button's there. So if there's any way we could use it. So thanks a lot. And yeah, we'll chat at you again here in the next show.
All right, one step at a time, but we're getting there. Yeah. All right. I know that there are a lot of people have been asking about the app, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive app. And I think they're actually doing some testing on that. You won't find it yet, but yeah, they're working on getting that together. All this technical stuff, which I wouldn't be able to do any of this. I'm lucky to get the daggone phones hooked up every night and get because the phone service goes like through a Zoom call and all that good stuff. But all right, not a whole lot of time left, but we got time for the Big Moose. What's going on this morning, Moose? Take two.
Hey, bud, I just want to tell you, I don't think that picture idea is a good idea at all since you're live streaming on this YouTube.
Yeah, okay.
And I'm not, I'm not saying that I'm ugly, but the doctor smacked me in the mouth 3 times when I was born because he didn't know which end was up.
That's great. You can't be no uglier than Spaceman, I guarantee you that.
Well, we ain't none of it. There's a bunch of us out here and never won no awards for beauty queens, but I don't think I think some of us has got a voice for radio and it needs to just stay that way.
Yeah, and some of us have a face for radio, right?
That's right. Yeah. So, but yeah, hey, good show tonight. Enjoyed everybody. Got to bend Big Ed's ear there for about an hour and got down here on this southerly route, and the roads is dry, and it's snowing and blowing. Well, the snow's in the ditch, but the roads is dry, so at least I'm making a little time, even though I'm making it out of route. But everything's good, and we'll see everybody tomorrow and hear everybody tomorrow night. Keep it between the spotted and the solid in the meantime.
You be safe out there. I'm glad you found some dry roads. Get off that snowy stuff. All right, there you go. The Big Moose on the loose. Yeah, for anyone that has pets, well, dogs in particular, they love us unconditionally. I laugh from time to time. Every once in a while, you'll see the post where somebody says, how do you know if they truly love you or who truly loves you? And they said, well, put your dog and your wife in the trunk of the car, leave them there for an hour, and when you open the trunk, you see which one's happy to see you. As in, the wife's going to get out and probably smack you in the face or worse. But Rover, on the other hand, would just be happy as could be to see you. He'll give you a lick bath. Unconditional love from our four-legged friends. And it was kind of a heartbreaking story from Forest Hill, but Dave Denshin was found dead after 2 days after he was reported missing near his home last week. But his dog never left his side, according to the family. He did not die alone at all. His daughter believes her father's car got stuck in the snow, and the 69-year-old tried to hike home with his two dogs, Baby Dog and Buddy. He tried to hike up 200 feet that way and decided to go back. You could actually see the tracks in the snow. I guess it was so bad that he opted to turn around. Sheriff's office said the body was found in the snow about 100 yards from a neighbor's home. But Baby Dog stayed with him. It was actually on his chest to help keep him warm. Baby Dog would not let rescuers anywhere near David, the family says. Deputies had to fetch a neighbor who knew Baby Dog to corral him. David's other dog, Buddy, was later found up at a neighbor's home. How about that? Buddy's being treated with antibiotics. Family says Baby Dog is suffering from a broken heart, though. His daughter says she can't take both dogs at this time because her fence blew down with the last storm. But she said, I feel like I need to take Baby Dog because he's actually a part of my dad now. Like I said, kind of a heartbreaking story on one hand, but just, I know when I open the door and come home to see my doggy, I could be gone for 2 hours and you'd think I was gone for 2 days. And when I have been gone for 2 days, or better yet, when we come back from taking a cruise where we're gone for 7 or 8 days, the love of our family pets. All right, we'll close it out here on a Thursday morning. Hey, that means Friday is on the horizon, doesn't it? So when you come back at the midnight hour tonight, we'll get set to roll into the weekend. I hope you'll join us. And again, don't forget you have less than 12 hours left. Go to overnightdriveradio.com. Register. Click on the contest. Register for our stellar electronic Pluto Duo headset will be given away coming up on Friday morning show. We'll also have the Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo. 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme, 2 64-ounce bottles of the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. You got to register if you want to win. I'll see you back here tonight. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. 'Cause everything looks better from above. But nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.